Hello guys, welcome everyone to the 4 hours of Monza in the Le Mans virtual series on rFactor 2. We are in the free practice. Papa Jimmy. Yeah, we're in the free practice session to the 4 hours. Oops. Well, that's one way to take the chicken. Yeah. And we're about to get going into the race session in roughly 20 minutes. So until then, we are warming up. And yes, I am starting the car. I'm currently fiddling my way a little bit through traffic. It's a good opportunity and chance to test the traffic a bit. Well, unless they just press escape ahead of you. As honest, I agree. I'm a bit scared when it comes to turn 1, to be honest. Yeah, if I could stop missing the apexes, that would be awesome. Like, just so amazing. Well, yeah. Let's say it never fails to entertain a few guys, that's for sure. Of course, Sector 3 is 2/10 of the base. Now imagine which sector is now of the base. So, 5 more minutes till the warm-up session. Then we're not allowed to leave the server anymore. Not that we would plan to, but yeah. Traffic's going to be amazing. Especially with such things to happen. But anyway, it's gonna be same for everyone. Everyone is gonna cry about it. So guys, 2.5 minutes to the warm-up. In the warm-up I'm gonna do my final preparations. Crazy. Got no pace. Yeah, time to turn on the Michi magic. Well, warm-up is about to come up anyway. Small F. Right. Warm-up is up. Bonk. Right. So So, it is about to go green in a couple of moments. Yes. You are, yeah. If it's necessary, yes, but we are obviously going to be a bit down, you know. Pedro Terra, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it, buddy. Welcome to the race. Well, the race has not started yet, but is about to get going soon. Guys, is the YouTube stream quality alright? I've changed some setting there. Understood. It's pre-planned but unannounced. Oh, 3 minutes of waiting time. Really?
To it. Please do it early so you don't miss the start, please.
Thank you, 69. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, well, I wasn't really happy with the laps now, but let's see. Long race. I got moved to the end of the line because of driving too slow. But I can't do anything, like... Oh dear. Yeah, as long as this doesn't give us penalties, I'm okay. I don't know what happens though. Yeah. Understood. I checked what happened there. I got bonked on the outside line. Car is alright. I use my relative maybe to check the contact guy. Yeah, I know, like, something just shot into the front right of myself. Well, we have a repair body, but nothing on the dash, so that's we're okay. And we got the 0.75 cut points. People had a mega run on me on the start. They were anticipating, I think. Understood. Thank you, Slippy. Understood. Traffic is starting. Lesmus, Alter, ich könnte reinkotzen. Thank you guys for the follows, appreciate it. Fuck's sake, echt. Just that 10th of a second missing for a proper... Sky just got a lot darker now. Thanks a lot for the follows, guys. Keep it up. Looking for your fan boost. I love blocking GTEs. Yeah, same names as usual. But this is obviously crucial. There is a couple of GTEs ahead now. Ah! Echt jetzt? Lovely rejoin. Yeah, we're looking good. Looking extraordinary well on our target. Wow. Hey, Page. No. No, 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 no. I know exactly where the GTE is gonna... Yeah, exactly that. Fuck's sake. Yeah, you're serious, right? Nope. Yeah, someone's gonna kill someone here soon. There you go. Who killed who there? Was it Browning killing Page or? Yep. Thank you, Erhan. I tried hard to avoid. Yeah, I got a little bit of a flat spot, but it's fine. Rupi is very slow. I need to catch him before the pit stops. Nice traffic. Ja, läuft amazing. Könnte einfach nur kotzen. Jo. How much luck with traffic can you have? Junge, 4,5 Sekunden weg von Ruppi und ich habe schon wieder einen räudigen GTE vor mir, Alter. Ich könnte schon wieder reinschlagen, Mann. Yeah, car's alright. Just my mood is not. on. Okay. Got no straight line speed. Hard to tell. At the end of the day, all I see is that people are slightly moving away from me on the straight, so more a setup thing, I guess. De Jong in. I'm trying to maximize. Come on. So, okay. I was about to ask, since my pit spot was blocked, I would have been allowed to go to the right, yeah? It's fine. Man, this is like a minesweeper out here. Julia, finally once. drowning penalty. Stop go. Man, the GTE just turned in on me. I love this Grinbergas guy always blocking the people, man. Yeah, do you think I'm gonna be at fault for that incident? Mann, echt? Having Groupie behind would have been awesome, but no, now it's Hakimi again. Can I, for once, please have a little bit of luck with the freaking traffic? This is unbelievable. Say, it really gets me nuts, man. All the time a stupid GTE anyway. Oh, P9. So now we need some good laps and some hunting galore. Hey, Driflish. Driflish, thank you so much for your Prime subscription on the Twitch channel, much appreciated. Thank you for the fan boost. Yeah, if you guys want to support the channel, if you want to make us go faster, please follow on Twitch, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Thank you for the support, everyone. Yeah, finally a good lap. Scheiße. Ja, Brzezinski got by. Minor worse. And ultimately he got more pace too. Laps. Who am I gonna give the car? Unterstützt. Understood. Lighting conditions are constantly changing. Ja, ich finde das Wahnsinn. Ich finde das so Wahnsinn. Ich kapiere es einfach nicht. Ja, das kapiere ich schon, aber ja. Oh, no. GTE might just be too far away. Come on. Oh, Michi, your stupid mistakes, really. Mist! Jedes Mal. Where are my brakes? Awesome. More mistakes, more bad luck with the traffic. Yeah, called me a crybaby, I'm alright with that. Es kann einfach nicht wahr sein. Yeah, you know the song I'm singing. 8 laps. Ich schwör, ich könnte kotzen. So, I'm gonna call it now. We got the LMP2 right on our tail the moment we exit the Ascari chicken. Luckily not. Whose noises I'm hearing there? Finally, I might be lucky. Yeah, finally I was indeed lucky. Okay, pit stop is ready. I can. Mr. M, London. We are racing the Le Mans Virtual Series, and I'm racing for... Bear with me. The next few Funwell Burst team. How tight are we on that timing? Okay. Scheiße. Yes, Mr. London, that is exactly this series. Yellow LMP will be bad. GT is on the horizon. Mm-hmm. Pit stop prepared, you're selected. Yeah. Doesn't really feel like it. I felt super slow. Copy, I take that. Agu Lopes and the Hellspawn 95, thank you so much for the follows on the Twitch channel. Appreciate it. I haven't seen how they got in there, but anyway, get ready. Best of luck and enjoy. So guys, that means we head straight on to the stream.
Number 2 Team Redline car has jumped the lot of them.
Yep.
Has jumped the Porsches, has jumped the number 1 Redline as well. Now, what will happen in that is that will be because everyone's doing double stints on tyres, right?
Yes.
So they're taking the tyres for 2 stints. I think he's taken a gamble and gone for 3 consecutive.
Oh. Is that 4 or triple 4? I can't remember what colour the windscreen
4.
strips are. Okay, so that was, it says driver change. That's the outlap as well for the next Van Wall car.
Davin Marocek behind the wheel now.
Yeah, so Bono House the leader, but you're right, Bono House in the pit lane now, so our new race leader will be Redline's Diogo Pinto. And the question then is, did they do a single tyre stop
earlier,
or did they not do a single tyre stop? Did they do a tyre stop earlier, is he now triple stinting the tyres? And did he start on a hard rather than a medium, maybe that some of the others might have been on?
His total pit stop time is 1 minute and 51 seconds. Playing Mac Backham, Tommy Usgaard, Jeffrey Reetvelje, the number 1, the 2 Porsche Commander cars, their stationary, their time in the pit lane has been 2 minutes and 20 seconds, all of them, which tells me that is a double stint for the tyres, and they've changed tyres on this stop. Meanwhile, Diogo Pinto, the car we're looking at now, has not changed tyres. Makes sense, because Monza's not a particularly high tyre wear circuit, so you can theoretically get away with triples. But I will say those interesting angle from Diogo Pinto. Maybe he's very short, but either way, trying something on the tyres.
Yeah, that is definitely playing to national stereotyping. I think possibly the camera's maybe just aimed a little bit high. He's sort of aimed it standing up and then has sat down in his rig, hasn't he? Because, yeah, there he is.
Great nose, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and actually, I've just checked on our RFID tracker, and they are all on the medium tyre. So he's not on a hard tyre. So they have decided
Romeo
that
Costa
to
race.
save.
Thank you for the
and
follow,
again,
Bridget.
you know, we talked about this, about whether you go long on fuel and you try and save fuel and find an extra lap because there's weather potentially in the air. No. Track position is always going to be more important in my head, and I might be 100% wrong, than having saved a lap. Because if the rain comes, it's never going to come at the convenient time when, oh, it's perfect, we're just about to stop anyway. No, it's never going to be like that. You know, it might be once in a blue moon, but it's never really going to be like that. So go for track position, and they've done exactly that. They're triple stinting him. It's going to be interesting to see. He is, okay, 11.8. I'm just going to write that down on a little scruffy piece of paper. I haven't got a scruffy piece of paper. 11.8.
I'll give you one of Chris's, it's fine.
He's the king of scruffy bits of paper. No, I can't do that because he's colour-coded and
he's done very well with all these. I'm sat in front of all of his highlighted notes thinking, I wish I was that impressed. I can't do that.
Yeah, but you're going colourblind. So Van will burst, 444 now up to 9th place. Now, actually, that means that they were net gainers quite significantly there in those pit stops. So, yeah, Davin Rocek in 444 taking over from Michi Hoyer. They are in the top 10, and that, I think, is the first time they've been in the top 10 during the race, actually.
Yeah, that's, oh my goodness, Michael Romanidis nearly gets into the rear end of the AMG Team Williams eSports car. That's not from doing triple stints or anything like that. No. His time in the pit lane is exactly the same. The only one that's trying a triple stint is Diogo Pinto. 7-9 Flash Axel has been in pit lane, I think, more for damage. They've been in longer than basically anyone else. Same with Team Fordzilla, of course, because they're stop and go. Yeah. But Diogo Pinto is the only one trying a triple stint. And I'm just going to say it now, I don't like it. His last lap time was a 1 minute 36.9. Now that is a random number that I'll throw at you, fair enough. Mac Backham, who is at 11.8 seconds behind, well, he just did a 34.5. So he went 2 to 2.5 seconds faster than Diogo Pinto on the last lap.
Okay.
That's big.
So he was 11.8. He's now 10.2 behind. So let's see what the progress is over a couple of laps. So he's 2/10 up in the first sector, half a second in sector 2, 3/4 of a second by the end of sector 3. So gap's still 10.3. So again, you know, gaps are going to open and close, and close because of traffic. Unless he can find a second a lap every lap, it's still going to be a net gain at the end of the stint for Diogo Pinto and for Redline.
And also remember that Diogo Pinto's strategy, this is always kind of one of the things when people are experimenting on strategy, and this is something that we thought, well, I fall foul to anyway, because there was a commentator, you was like, oh, but he's not going to hold on to the race lead. At this point, realistically, if you want to know if the strategy is successful, you don't look at the race lead. You look at where they came in and where they are at the end of the stint. He was obviously behind the number 1, so it's about that. Here we've got GR Vector and Sem9 Axel, bit of contact into the parabolica.
Yep, but for 6th place. No, not for 6th place, I beg your pardon. No, further back. 16th place.
I was going to say, you were panicking me there. I was like, hang on, am I looking at the wrong time?
Now, I was looking at the position indicator on the side of the axle car, but the first digit was a bit hidden, so it didn't look like 16, it looked like 6. So, Inigo Anton, okay, so they've had a driver change. Adam Maguire, he's in GR Vector, so they've had a driver change as well. So again, you know, the cars remain the same, the positions are pretty much where they were, but you've got 2 different drivers who are, you know, within 2 or 3 laps of starting their stints in the car. And again, that's an advantage. And you know, I'm not saying that Mac Backham won't be instantly up to speed, or Tommy Usgaard in the 2 Porsches, but Diogo Pinto is already up to speed. He is instantly up to speed, so even 1 or 2 laps out of the pits, he doesn't need that to bed himself in. He's already bedded in. So all of those incremental little gains, and you see, Redline didn't do it with both cars. They split their strategy, and so they've gone, okay, is that going to work? And they did it with the car that was 2nd best placed. And again, as a real-time team manager, that's what you do. If you're going to do something different, don't do it with your better placed car. Yeah. Do it with your not quite so well placed car. Okay, they were only 3rd and 5th, but don't do it with a car that's 3rd.
Yeah.
And so, you know, okay, if it works, okay, great. Now we start to look at other things that they might do, or they might repeat that with both cars later on in the race you know, depending on how things pan out.
And whether, you know, maybe the number one's classified as the lead car in the team. You know, obviously that's something that at this point of the season is probably not decided really. It's later in the championship they will. But still, if they were the lead car per se, then obviously you do take the gamble with the second car and see what happens. Either way, well, I'm sure we'll be tracking that one vigorously over the next sort of 35, 40 minutes.
I absolutely think we will. But again, you know, if your number one car that was in third place anyway is your quote nominated, if it's got Fernando Alonso in, we'll say, for, you know, real world reference, then you might actually try and throw them up to the front of the race, and you know that by not changing tyres they will come out in front in the race. Absolutely. And then you rely on Fernando to hold off the others if they catch them, when they catch them. So again, I think, you know, one race in, you don't have a favourite car. Yeah. Oh no, certainly not at this point. I mean, look at them last year. Redline, they were like, it was the 1, 2, 3. Obviously, the real team hiking the Redline car after the first round. Where it was like, this is the car, and then for the next few rounds, it was like, that's not the car. And then back to the Le Mans, it's like, this is the car. As we'll see, the defensive move, Christopher Hookfeld trying to hang on from Rory McDuffie, who's gone straight down the inside in that Alpine Esports car. A little bit of contact, Rory McDuffie with a bit of contact, and then sent back around by Hookfeld. That was very nice of him. RHG just getting into them a little bit. That just saved him a penalty.
Potentially,
genuinely did save him a penalty, because if the car had been turned around completely, I think you would probably have seen that RAG might have been penalised for that. But the Alpine car, got tapped straight. Certainly, I'm sure not by design, but by accident. That's the way it was. Now then, look at the way he's just gone past that Proton Porsche. Suddenly, the BS BMW behind is like 3 car lengths, 4 car lengths close to the Porsche. So we're on board in this P-class battle, and suddenly, again, you see another battle changing just because of where the car that we're riding with has gone.
From experience of doing endurance racing, in sim racing and whatever, I always hated driving Monza because it's, when it comes to, like, you think this is an easy one for lap traffic. I'd argue it's one of the hardest for lap traffic.
Agreed.
We were talking about this earlier. You've at Bahrain or Silverstone or something like that, you've got time to like build up your overtake on the lap traffic through a couple of corners and work it onto a straight. Whereas around here, you're through a corner and you're on a straight. You're through a corner and you're on a straight. And the straight line speed difference between an LMP and a GT is not as much as you'd think. It's the cornering where the big difference happens. That's where it's risky.
And the real problem is that you pass here when you're nearly stationary, and the minimum speed in the corner of the GT car is higher than a prototype, and they've got better mechanical grip, and coming off the corner at that lowest speed, talk about rotating. Talk about rotating. When they come off the corner, that initial hit, they're no slower than a P car is, and so they are really hard to pass. You need a fast or a medium speed corner to get by them. And there's only Curva Grande here. That's the only, and Parabolica. So you have to use the straights, but down into the Retifilia, down into the Roger, into the Lesmos even, really, really hard to pass anything. And that includes the GT cars. And for the GT drivers, really hard, because you know that a prototype is going to struggle to get by you.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, this is one thing that we did. We did this obviously with Axel last year. 7-9 Flash Axel were in Le Mans Virtual, looking into what was happening in Malaysia and whatnot with them. Love seeing this in speed. Obviously, coming from China, they did Le Mans Virtual last year. Earlier on this year, the last season. Their determination, their focus and their setup, they are not the fastest team on the grid. They are learning, they're using this as a learning experience, but their determination, I love it. And their setup looks so good. Look at the banners and stuff in the background, all printed. I think it looks great.
Absolutely. And you know, and one of the, again, we talked about this right at the very beginning of this whole experiment where we started with the 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual, is that you can go racing at actually a really decent level for very, very little money at all, which in the real world is utterly impossible. So it democratizes sport. It democratizes, you know, motorsport in this way, and it equals the playing field between relative newcomers who have only got virtual world experience and hugely experienced real world drivers. You know, you can genuinely go head to head after a couple of years, quote, in your bedroom, with the Max Verstappens of the world. You know, genuinely can.
Yeah, absolutely. It's why I love sim racing is the ultimate open ground. This is the race leader in the GTE category. So we've got the Scuderia Ferrari Velez esports team, and you can see Ferrari on Ferrari action. Alex Smoljar behind the wheel now of the Triple Eight, taking over from Timotej Andonovski, and now right there, knocking at the door for the race lead. And this is important for them. You know, obviously the Triple Eight have had a victory before. Let's not forget they did win at the Nordschleife last season. Of course, it was a Tesla RHG car that was in a BMW M8. They're looking for their first win in a Ferrari, and how fitting would it be for them to win around here? But I know that SF Velez Esports, there is no circuit on the calendar, with the exception of Le Mans, there is no circuit on the main season calendar, those 4 rounds, that they are targeting more than here. It might be the virtual Monza, but it's still home.
Yeah. They're still racing at Ferrari.
Yeah.
In Italy.
Yeah.
An Italian race. And again, you know, Sim Maranello, they will be exactly in the same boat because they're an Italian team. They're racing an Italian car at an Italian circuit. And to win at Monza in a Ferrari, real or virtual, same deal. Look at the BMW now, right up behind the Porsche again. We said a couple of laps ago when we were in the P-Class battle how that had helped the BMW catch. And there's been clearly a couple of other issues, and the Team BS car now up behind the Proton car, but this is for 12th. I mean, BS were battling for 5th earlier on, so this is the first and second hours of the race have not gone in the right direction for BS competition. Ibrahim Khan at the wheel of the 89 BMW, Oscar Bixrud at the wheel of the 88 Proton car, and actually the BS car was battling with the 77 Proton car. Dane Warren is currently in 4th, and the BS BMW is down in 13th.
Yeah, they've had some issues. I mean, last year when we started the season here, there was a lot of curb taking from Ibrahim Khan there also. Last year when we started here, of course, the BS competition car ended up finishing in the top 5, finished in 5th place, and you know looked pretty strong. They looked to tackle on something to do with the championship later on. They looked really strong in the early stage of the race as well. They actually had some bad luck that dropped them back to 5th. 5th is their highest placed finish in the Le Mans Virtual Series. It's kind of a bit disappointing almost to see them down this far. There's clearly been some drama. I know for Ibrahim Khan, when we did the rFactor 2 Formula Pro Series, which is the highest level open wheel competition on the platform, Ibrahim Khan was racing in that for BS competition. And he did not have a good round. I remember him spinning at the parabolic and lights. So maybe there is some issue for the zebras around Monza. I don't really like it too much, it seems.
Maybe that's just Ibrahim himself, but I mean the car started 5th. They qualified 5th. And in fact, they had initially thought they'd qualified 4th until the ProDrive car, the last car to the line, got 3rd place, got 4th place rather. So they started 5th. They're down in the 13th. That's not a good race so far, and it's not that there's no speed in the car.
No.
Now back with our lead battle. You can see Alex Smoljar there in the inset picture, and the picture above is looking at the race leader from his viewpoint. So FS Velez, Jordi Spheres again right in the battle for pole. These cars started 1st and 2nd, but in the reverse of which they currently sit in the race, with the SF Velez car behind R8G in qualifying, but there was nothing between them in terms of outright pace, and we sort of expected that to be the case in the race as well.
Again, with the Ferraris in the Le Mans Virtual Series, last season, and including the original Le Mans Virtual back in 2020, we were saying about this at Bahrain, we'd never seen a Ferrari on the podium until last round, the first round of this championship, when SF Velez Esports got onto the podium there with a 2nd place finish. The fact that they're looking for back-to-back podiums, what a confidence boost. Even now, I know obviously 2.5 hours from the end, knock on wood, etc. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know how, if the rain hits, how it's going to affect them. But right now, an hour and a half into this race, the confidence in that camp must be so high right now.
Well, and also for Sim Maranello and anybody thinking of running a Ferrari, there are 3 Ferraris in the top 5, and the field is not short on talented rivals. BMW, Porsche, Aston Martin have all been, you know, battling in the top half dozen, but not in the top 3. Not all the time, you know. The top 2 of the top 3 have always been from Maranello. So, yeah, Smoljar, he was quickest in qualifying, he's quickest at the moment, and right up behind Jordi Spheres. Mexico Racing Team in the pits, I just noticed.
Yeah, I saw
they
that.
now dropped down to last spot. Not quite sure. Again, there's been a couple of random pit stops.
I think they might have pitted earlier for damages, kind of throwing them off sequence.
Yeah.
I'm going to admit something wrong. I'm always happy to admit when I'm wrong here, Martin. When we were discussing about Pinto, his strategy, going kind of almost aggressive on the tyres in the sense of like, rather reserved on the tyres, doing the exact opposite, doing the triple stint, trying to do something
Nice
experimental
Ferrari,
strategy. I was saying it definitely wouldn't work. The fact that we're maybe 10 minutes away from the pit window, I would have guaranteed 20 minutes ago that he would have lost the race lead by now. And still hanging on to it, still got 3.8 seconds clear. And again, his gap isn't necessarily about what he is to the Porsche, it's about where he is to Jeffrey Rietveld in the number 1 car.
Yeah.
I am impressed every single time I see Diogo Pinto race. This is not his platform. Yeah, he's an iRacing world champion now this year. Absolutely incredible driver.
And compared to Jeffrey Rietveld in the number 1 car, he's getting on for 20 seconds ahead of him still.
Yeah.
Yes, you know, compared to the Porsches. And don't forget, yeah, the number 2 team. Oh, Smollier on the inside, just enough for Jordi Spheres as they come through Curva Grande to hang on, just enough.
Jesus
but
Christ.
again,
What a sin.
very close, and again, both professional enough to leave racing room. That was extremely good by both drivers. And again, Smollier down into the Roger, really pushing hard, and a big slide there. Spheres loses traction, but can Smollier get his nose inside down into the first of the Lesmos? He does. Again, they give each other racing room. Smollier didn't go right out to the curb. Oh, is he? Yes, there is as well. Oh, interesting, they both had time there to flick their wipers on, or are they both scrambling?
It's automated.
Oh, right, okay.
The wipers are automated, so Smollier
What do we
is going
need?
to take over the race lead, but we definitely have rain here at Monza.
Wow.
2.5 hours in, you can see the drops on. It's very light at the moment, shouldn't be a worry. Jordi Spheres to the inside, coming into Ascari. Smollier straight around the outside. Brilliant move from the Triple Eight, and R8G head to the front of the GTE field again, but I don't know if it's going to last long, Martin.
No, look at Smollier, shakes his head as he clatters it over the curbs in Ascari. Takes the lead of the race. Yeah, you're right. Jordi Spheres right behind him, pushing hard. And whatever else, he does not want Alex Smollier to get away. Smollier looking very cool, calm and collected in the inset and behind. Red line and the 77 Proton car battling for 3rd place. It is just as close. So Kevin Siggy ahead of Dane Warren. Sim Marinello some, half dozen seconds back. Not even that now, actually, coming about a second back.
I think it's Fordzilla that had just come through and slowed down Smollier. And so, once again, Jordi Spheres is right there. You kind of see that Smollier wasn't looking particularly pleased with it. We can see the full side-by-side. Right-hand side of your screen is on board with Jordi Spheres, looking up towards Smollier, hanging on for the GT lead. And what we're seeing on the left, this is the battle for 3rd. It's not that far behind.
No, it's not, and it's just as tight as well. That Sim Marinello car is the next one in the queue, the white and black Ferrari. Oh, and again, Kevin Siggy runs out very wide. Dane Warren can't find a way through. And Siggy just sticks it in the middle of the road. He knew he'd made a mistake. He was slow out of the Roger. And Dane Warren had the speed, but all he could do basically was run into the back of the BMW because Kevin Siggy was guarding inside and outside. Now, more P cars coming. Are they going to be on the inside as they get up to Ascari? Where are they? No, I don't think they are. Dane Warren can't.
Oh, guys, rain on the edge.
Those faster cars. Now, unfortunately, they're going to pass him long before they get to braking for Parabolica. There goes the Axel car. There goes Vector, I think it is. So that's no help. Maybe the R8G car behind will be of some assistance. Now, it does look like there's bit of precipitation in the air, a bit more precipitation in the air. That long camera shot down the straight always kind of makes the air look denser.
I mean, it's light. It is very light at the moment. It certainly is nothing to worry. And they can use the slick tyres a little bit deeper than you'd expect into the wet weather sequence, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's not going to be panicking any drivers now, but they'll be taking their strategy and throwing it out. Remember what we were saying about the LMP, or the windows, the pit windows for each of these teams, whatever, when it starts raining, and you kind of like, is it going to be heavy enough for wets? Not yet. LMPs are approaching their pit window sequence in the next sort of like 5 minutes or so. It's certainly not wet enough now for wet tyres.
Now, I was just about to make the point before it went mental with the Ferraris that Diogo Pinto leading gained the lead because they saved time in the pits by not changing tyres.
Yeah.
If it had remained, or if it is still slicks by the time they get to the next stop, he's going to lose time back because he will need to take tyres. They can't quad the tyre unless they think there's not going to be a full stint before we need wets. But again,
they'll be low on the percentage though.
I know, but look, you know, they were brave. They took a big punt on triple stinting the tyre, and it's worked for him. All right, Mac Backham is right behind him now in the battle for the lead, but he's still the leader, and Tommy Usgaard is still 4 seconds behind Mac Backham. So the Team Redline at the moment are still in a net gain. What they now must pray for is that everybody has to change tyres at the next stop, which will be in maybe 4 laps, maybe 5. So Redline want it to properly rain now, so everybody has to change, and then they don't lose the time they've gained.
Absolutely right, Martin.
goes to
Now,
wets.
what you can see here, these are wets going onto the Arnage competition way too early. Way too early. Now, I mean, I know that it says track declared wet, etc., but...
Well, now, no.
I don't know.
Again, in real life, the race director has to declare the track wet before you're allowed to fit wets.
Right.
Did they do that prematurely? Now, the other thing is, where are they in the running order? They've got nothing to lose. They've got nothing to lose. What might happen is that's gas heat. Again, they had damage, same deal. But why are they stopping now? Why are you stopping early if you're staying on slicks?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're trying to get the most out of the slicks. So I do not know.
I
don't believe there's any rule that
there's the leaders
that they have to the track has to be declared wet in the Le Mans Virtual Series, and then you pit. You can kind of pit whenever you want. You can take wets in the dry if you want.
In which case, why do we have track declared wet? That's in real life. It's not just it's raining. Oh, I'm going to declare the track wet. That's when you're allowed to use wets.
Yeah.
Okay, with Mac Backham behind Diogo Pinto, and again, it's maybe 3 or 4 laps. They might decide to bring him in early if he says, yes, I think a wet will survive. I'm not sure. Again, I don't have the experience of driving this, but right now you would say visually it wouldn't be a wet weather track. Is he in? He is in. He is in.
I don't think this is wet weather yet. I think this is still, unfortunately, I think it's still slicks. The rain's not coming down hard enough. I think we're going to be talking about if you go onto wets, they're going to overheat massively. This is important, though, because not only that you can see the 23 there, they're still on slicks. They're staying on medium tyres, whether it's the same set or a new set. I think it might be a new set, but we'll have to wait and see on that one.
I think he stopped too short of their pit window to make staying on the same tyre viable.
Yeah, agree.
What they might do is say a brand new slick is going to last longer if it stays like this, or give you more if it stays like this. Redline also bringing in Kevin Siggy, which is interesting.
Yeah,
and that is early. That is earlier than we would expect it to be. And I'd normally expect it to be in about 10 minutes time, if I'm honest. So maybe they're going on to the wets.
Well, it's definitely not for fuel.
No. And
it's definitely not because he's outstayed his warning in driver time. So there can only be one other factor for bringing him in.
True.
And it is tyres and RHG. Oh, that was a good bit of out fumbling.
Yeah, as AMG Petronas Esports trying to get their way past RHG at the moment.
That's the other way round. RHG have just moved up to 6. AMG were ahead at the line. So that was, and again, trying to come back. All right, so Kevin Siggy has changed onto
the car. This is bad because did he start the car? Kevin Siggy started the car, didn't he?
What's happened to the where's the number 2 card on?
Kevin Siggy started the car. He's come into the pit lane now, unless he's got a damage or something. The problem with that is that he's got he will breach the driver time. The maximum driver time that you can do is 2 hours.
He hasn't taken. Okay, so maybe he has swapped, and maybe it just hasn't caught up.
We're just panicking.
It's saying
classic.
okay. So there has been a driver change at red line as well. So Schmiedel is in, but I'm struggling to see on our thingy where we have to wait for it to scroll around to see what tyres he's got on. You watch that.
Good stuff, keep it up.
Who's in RHG at the moment? Christian Hoogveld getting ahead of MG Team Petronas and leaving him to deal with David Morocek. And 51 is in as well. Okay, now then, this is interesting because that is SF Velas and Jordi Spheres clearly then thinking, okay, it's not really 100% slicks.
But then,
are they going to go wets?
No,
for the moment, it's a clear
Red Line
condition.
have come in and they've gone slicks. Remember, Jordi Spheres on the SFLS esports team, they did pit earlier on the initial stop, so maybe they are just going super aggressive on fuel, and maybe it's not too much of a worry. We'll have to wait and see.
Still doesn't look like much on the cameras, does it? I mean, look at the rear wing there. It's not exactly straight. You can't see vortices, so you know, okay, it's not real world, but it's close. Graham Carroll hanging on
this
here,
is just the
trying
drizzle.
to stay with Christian Hoogveld.
Shizzle drizzle.
Not quite able to get back on terms, though. Looks like the RHG car has just sort of crept away a little bit.
And none of the LMP cars that have come in, with the exception of our large competition, have come in and gone out on wets. That is medium tyres on the SF Velas esports car.
So
RHG big in the barrier. That's the 18. That's a big shame. That is Christopher Hoogveld sent off into the barrier. That's Lesmo 1, I believe.
Right, is that traffic or was that contact from behind? It's traffic. He's gone inside the Aston, who has tagged him from behind.
That is 100% Christian Hoogveld. He's just chopped straight over the nose of the Satellite Racing Aston, as we'll see them. We've got a full course. This is a code 80, or code 60, sorry. So they'll be slowing down. Pit limiter is on 60 kilometres because...
Alex Smollier in the pits. Leader is in the pits.
This is... If I am anyone on the track right now, I'm in the pit lane. Boom, this is a cheap pit stop. This will cost you less now than it will at any other point.
But what do you do? Okay, fuel and fresh soft tyres.
Yeah, no, I just take fuel, I just take soft tyres, I'd accept it's a cheap pit stop, and then I'd be like, look, if we're going to have to come into pits to come on wet, we can't go on wets right now. Wets will not work right now. So let's just try and take advantage. Let's try and get some even fuel in the car now. Means the stationary time later on, when you come in for your eventual pit stop, your stationary time will be less because they don't do fuel and tyres at the same time.
Everybody who's stopping is going on to softs.
Yeah, I don't see anyone using this time to go onto wets.
Yeah,
right
no,
now.
All the GT cars that are stopping are going on to softs. Kevin Stoltz at SS Velas, we need to see what he's taken on. Where is he?
Also, first ever full course yellow in Le Mans Virtual. Of course, we did have 2 red flags in the original Le Mans Virtual back in 2020, but we've never had a full
Freaking
course
cars
yellow.
now on the back straight.
Approaching
a Ascara.
I wasn't sure if we had them.
No, because we've never seen one.
No, we've seen some pretty stonking crashes, but nothing that's required. Obviously, it's come out because if Christopher Hoogveld carries on, he is a danger to everyone, you know, on circuit. I know it's obviously not a physical danger, but it's a danger to everyone else's race, and you know, you don't want to risk that even in the sim racing world. And I can only describe when you've got no rear wing and one of your rear wheels is towed in or towed out, you know, it's broken. Essentially, the car is impossible to drive. It is even at a slow speed, it is impossible to drive, especially when the track's a bit greasy.
Okay.
Remember to keep on the pit.
Everybody, and actually he's only halfway down to the Parabolica, so if you were anywhere ahead of him, you do come in. If you're behind him, I guess you don't, because it's time that you're not spending stationary, and you just have to take the, you know, what fate offers you. And at the moment, look at this. This is a battle we were on board with a fraction ago. Yeah,
it's so close.
Well, it's you know when you see trucks on the motorway and they're limited to 100 k's. Well, one will be 99.5, one will be 99.9, and it's that tiny difference in the limiters, how close they're set. That is 23, Mac Backham and Tommy Østgaard. That's, in fact, that's not behind, that's...
That was one of the GR, I think it was GR Vector.
There we go, back to green. Okay, so all sorts of cars in the pit lane, and the question is, the ones that stopped, how are they going to end up?
AMG Team Petronas Esports, wet tyres. Oh, there's been a bit of a lock up there from the 23. He's going to go straight on. That is Mac Backham just going on. He's not going to lose anything major, but he's dropped back into the clutches of his teammate Tommy Østgaard. And they're both in the pit lane. Wet. Surely it's got to be wet.
Well,
even though I don't think this is wet.
No. And you know, he sort of slid off there because they've been full course yellow for a lap and there's no temperature in the tyres.
I know.
And a wet track removes the temperature from the tyres a little bit quicker than a dry track.
Oh, no, they're slicks.
Well, they are at the moment, but you've got to do fuel first.
No, it will basically, as soon as you come stationary, it doesn't really matter, it will pop instantly.
Where's the water drops on the screen? There are almost no water drops on the screen at all.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I mean, don't get me wrong, I am not a smart man, so it's very easy to confuse me. But AMG Petronas Esports, they're the only team in the LMP field, of course, apart from Arnage, that have come in and taken the wets. Now, I wasn't sure if then maybe it was the right strategy, but now I'm looking at it, I'm like, no, that is not. I do not believe. That is definite slicks, definite medium. It's obviously a double stint. It's the same mediums they were running earlier on, so they've not changed tyres on that stop at all.
It looks dry. By the way, red lines still lead.
But with the one.
Yeah, with the one car, which didn't stop. So car number 2, Schmiedel is down in 11th place, so they did stop. But again, they are now full of fuel, and the number 1 car isn't, nor is the number 4 car, nor is 36 Alpine, who are third. So that's all going to, you know, that's more grist to the mill. We're going to have to try and remember all of this stuff in 2 hours when we're down into the final 15 minutes going, they're going to win it. No, hang on a minute, they're not, because they need to. So now we're in a fuel race.
Oh, we're not smart
people. Yeah, I know. Now not only do and we can't track their fuel, unfortunately, we can only track what tyres they've got. Now not only do we have potential of, I don't know if we're done with the weather, and nobody knows if we're done with the weather, and if that's it, then fine, and if it's not, then okay. But we're now in a fuel race, because we've got 2 different sets of cars. We've got set A, who have stopped and are full of fuel now, and set B, which is maybe a smaller subset, who didn't get to stop or didn't want to stop and have got less fuel, and so we've got 2 different strategies.
And we've got Michael Romanidis here going for a move on Ferris Stanley. This is going to be a little bit tricky in these slightly greasy conditions, but quite nicely done. Probably sent it in, has very high confidence in that car. Do you know who the highest placed car is that's made a pit stop in the LMP category? Because I didn't. It was Alpine. At the moment, in 3rd position, Rory McDuff behind the wheel. Have a team manager who's sat over watching Jürgen van Bergen, have they played a masterstroke on strategy here?
Were they in the Parabolica when it went full course yellow?
Must have done.
You know, because what wins you the time there is not that everybody's going slowly while you're stationary, it's how short your in and out laps are.
Yeah, comparatively, yeah.
So, actually, or did he come in last so that his out lap was green? I can't remember how it works. Anyway, yeah, I'm too stupid.
Either way, he would have been in the pit lane for, like, the entirety of the time he was in the pit lane, either way, was when the full course yellow was out. Because at that point, you know, your difference to those travelling around on the circuit is a lot lower. Yeah. There is Rory McDuff. Nice Alpine hat on Rory McDuff. That is just a bit of tape on a hat.
Yeah, but he's got a proper Alpine shirt.
He does have a proper Alpine shirt.
That's a thing, yeah. He's probably had to cover it. I don't know what it said on that. You know, beer for the lads or something. Who knows? But
he does have a hat that talks about his love
Carol
of
is
fishing.
dropping everyone who
down the inside RAG going
Mercedes does too.
by the AMG Williams car. No, that's not, is it?
Yes, it is.
It's
the AMG Petronas Esports car.
There you go.
It's got. I noticed this earlier in the first stint. They do have a lot of damage on the front end of that car. Now, clearly it's not too bad because they've been doing fine. But they're trying to do something on the fuel game. You've got RAG trying to make a move directly ahead of that also. So it's pretty dicey back here, got to be said.
And just a tiny little bit of water left on the cars, but it really doesn't have the look of much in the air, does it, at the moment? You know, when we get an onboard view, there's precious little. Oh, look,
No, it's not
BS
Simon
is still hard at it. This
voice.
BMW Porsche battle is the one that refuses to give up right now, and the two lead Porsches get squeezed, and the BS car goes
For the
long way
moment,
around
you
the
will stay
outside.
out until
That was a good move.
conditions change, I guess.
That was a good move. He held his nerve there.
I did get a message from one of their drivers, Jonas Raivio, who messaged me saying that sort of background information. There was contact between Alan Terzic, who started the race, and the fire car of Lasse Sorensen, and they got some damage at the start, at the very start of the race, on the initial start. They got some damage. They kind of lived with it for a little while.
You need to check your...
And then they were like, we're losing too much time. We're just going to stop. We're going to repair it. So they just repaired it under their pit stop. Just let it do its thing. And so, you know, fair enough. The number one car has come into the pit lane. So they've come to a stop now. Jeffrey Reed, I would assume the Floyd Van Wall burst car will come in quite soon, which then will promote the Alpine car to the race lead.
Erhan Jojowski in the pit lane for R8G. So Rietveld is in, Tom Dillman in the number 4, Floyd Van Wall is in from second, and you're right, that means Rory McDuff will be the leader because he has already completed 3 stops, and our top 2 now make their 3rd stop. So P1 in 12th place. They've had a pretty good race actually so far. They're having a decent run. So Rory McDuff will lead. Mac Backham ahead of Tommy Usgaard by a couple of seconds at the moment. And they were only... Actually, do you know what? Alpine are still going to be right in there with the Porsches. Let's see how far back they drop. They might drop back down to about 7th or 8th place. Tom Dillman in the Floyd Van Wall car in the pit lane has already dropped down to 8th place. We'll see how Jeffrey Rietveld for Team Redline, he's on his outlap, still shown as in 2nd place. Wait though for when the Porsche Coanda cars come across the line and see how they fare. And
I've said again in conversation before, I did a commentator on a race last week, which was won by Race Clutch, which is the team that runs the Alpine Esports car. It was a mixed weather race. It wasn't in these cars, it was in slightly different cars, fair enough. It wasn't an endurance race, 8 hours at Spa, and they won because they got not the first transition, because it went, obviously, you know what Spa's like, it goes from dry to wet to dry to wet to dry, etc, etc. And they got the second sequence bang on, perfect, and they came back, that they won after having a few driving panels at the start of the race, and they came back to win because they got that strategy right. Now that's confidence that's boosted them there, and the thing is, because you've used that in a race scenario, that's confidence you kind of bring into this to be bold enough to kind of, when you think of like a brave call, sometimes you kind of think, oh, maybe I should come in for wets, but no, maybe it is, no, I don't know, when you doubt yourself. Whereas the confidence they got is to be like, no, this is not wets, this is slicks, 100% slicks. We're not even worried about it right now. We're just going to drive the race and pretend the rain's not even there until we need to. Love it.
Well, and sometimes I think it makes sense to wait until you are forced to pit rather than
trying to predict it.
And you know, and actually the number 2 Team Redline team, they were forced to pit for fuel, but they weren't forced to take tyres, and they made big capital out of that, and that may yet come back. I don't quite remember where they were in terms of when they took fuel or what they took. Did they stop under full course yellow? Can't remember. Far too many cars to follow. We do need a proper strategy laptop to do that. But here's the battle between the 2 Williams Esports cars, AMG Team Williams Esports and Williams Esports. And the gap coming down, coming down, coming down.
An AMG Team Williams Esports, when we had a couple of issues last round, there was a little bit of an issue. They got disconnected along with a couple of others. When they rejoined, they just kind of rejoined and got on with it, and they had someone else like dealing in the back. It was like, basically, it was like Taku Brzezinski. It's like, right, get back in the race, and you just keep driving. We'll deal with this behind the scenes and try and get you back into it and whatever. And some stuff that happened behind the scenes, etc., that kind of brought them a little bit kind of back to where they were. But rather than like throwing the toys out of the pram too much and whatnot, and just kind of getting on with it, not pointing fingers, don't worry, they ended up finishing in 7th place. A great recovery drive. They're now running in 6th. This is obviously a team we're expecting to fight for the championship. This is the team that finished in 2nd place last year. by the most painful half point that I think I've ever seen, right?
Yeah.
But they've got that confidence, they've got that focus, and I think they just need to kind of build on one good result, which is what they did last year. They didn't start out the season very strong last year.
Well, it's avoiding big losses that's the real key. And again, you know, when double points come around at Le Mans 24 hours, then yeah, suddenly the whole game is wide open. If you're close. Oh, Stanley in Rocket Sports into the pit lane. So Mikkel Schmiedel here for Team Redline, 8th place. He's a little bit on his own now. So that's a 4th stop now for Rocket Simsport. Ferris Stanley. What tyre did they have on?
They were on the mediums. I think this is very close. Genuinely, I think this is not a million miles away from being wet. You can kind of see, particularly over just because the camera angles at the Rettifilio and whatnot, you can kind of see a little bit more reflection in the road surface. You can kind of see, as you can see here, coming through with the tyre marks, just coming through. You can see a little bit more of the reflection in the road surface, and that normally tells you that it's like we're closing on wets now.
It's interesting that Arnage have not changed off their wets.
They're staying on the wets.
They are still on the wets.
Same with AMG Team Petronas.
Yeah.
Wets.
And it is wets for Rocket Simsport. And again, you know, you look at the long shot, it looks more like it's wet weather now. It's got that sort of slightly claggy, hemmed-in look that you get at Monza because you got these sort of big forests around, big tree, big you know, park area around. There's lots of trees. It keeps the winds down, and that allows the water to hang in the air. Pescarolo have wets. So nobody in GT took
Alpine
wets.
are in. Alpine are in the pit lane now. Are they going on to wets as well? Are they feeling to pull the trigger on the strategy call and try and switch something here? AMG Team Williams Esports going on the attack of the 444. Van will burst the next few. Van will kart getting to the outside, coming down into the Rettifilio, and it is wet tyres for Alpine Esports. This is a big moment in the race.
It is, and especially for them now. Not, you know, everybody else will be watching to see what their lap times are like compared to what's struggling along on a slick is. But don't forget, what are we now? This is the 70th lap, and it's a 21:22. So we're looking at getting to lap 83 or 4. Aside from those who did a full course, and now if you stopped in the full course yellow, you're only about 5 or 6 laps into your stint. So it's well, moderately more of a hit, except it isn't, because you'll only put in a small amount of fuel, because you'll only have burned a small amount of fuel. So your pit stop will be shorter than somebody who's nearly at the end of their stint taking on a full tank.
Yeah.
And both of you will be fully tanked up and on the appropriate tyre for the condition. So actually, again, those who did full course yellow stops, who were in the right position on track, don't hit the team car. Again, that sort of just adds a little bit into the positive ledger for them.
Good move from Michael Romanidis. Second one we've seen for him down the inside of Adam Rotchek, coming down into Ascari, now getting a little bit of slipstream, I think, from the Pescarolo car. But yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is that I think you have more to gain if you're pitting under that full course. You have more to gain because you're just backing yourself into a corner where when you come into the pit lane later on, you're having a shorter pit stop because the fuel you're putting in is less. A drive-through penalty then for the number 65. I think that's the second drive-through penalty that we've had for the 65 Panis. That is Job van Uyter for speeding under the full course yellow. Well, I wonder if he'll be the only one.
I was going to say he's just stopped, or not long stopped. I would have thought it was for speeding in the pit lane, but speeding under full course yellow. So okay, you can't change tyres while you're doing the drive-through, so he's going to have to do the drive-through now, and then they're going to have to decide on whether or not they're going to take tyres.
Tom Tillman in.
Okay, Jeffrey Riewald stays out for Redline. He leads from Mac Backham and Tommy Østgaard. Mikko Romanidis, David Mrocek, Schmiedel, Stefanko, they stay out. But yeah, Floyd Van Walburst, the number 4 car, there it is. And that's Redline's BMW. The 51 Ferrari is in as well. So who else is in? Has Smolyar come in? No. D-Station are in. Enzo Benito for Red Bull. He's now on board. Delorme D-Station. Kevin Stolzer for SF.
It's an interesting time in the pit. This is the point, though. This is the point where it gets the busiest in the pit lane, right? Because this is where everyone's coming in. You've got GTEs and LMPs in the pit lane. This is the point where it's seriously dangerous. And this is where car contact in the pit lane. We saw it last year with Wisniewski in the pit lane. It's possible to make contact in there.
ProDrive and Simsa have both stopped as well. They were 3rd and 4th. They're now 4th and 5th and dropping down the order. But there is Kevin Siggy. Beg your pardon, Enzo Benito. He's taken over BMW Team Red Line, Team Red Bull. So Alex Smolyar leads. So there's the Simsa car. ProDrive are in as well. Satellite are in as well.
Yeah, this is busy in the pit lane. Yeah, like I say, you got Fordzilla in there as well.
No, guys, we're in P4 right now. Sister car is in P11.
Away from the pit apron as well.
It's wet in the pit lane. Yeah. The thing is, you don't have any, like, you're not constantly driving in there. You've got both the red lines in once again. And the number one, that looks like they're staying on slicks to me. They are staying on slicks. They're staying on mediums. The number one is staying on mediums whilst the entire contingent of LMPs is going on to wets. What's
red line stayed on the tyre.
Now, we didn't quite see what was happening with number 2, but we will find out.
Esteban, what is the situation?
There we go.
Oh, okay, that is the number one. That is on wets, so never mind. We won't panic too much. That was onto the wets. We're okay. It's updated now. The number one and the number 2 both on wets.
Okie doke.
Just going
and you can see why. Look at the way the cars are squirming all over the curbs as well. There are the Porsches running 1st and 2nd. AMG Williams up to 3rd. 444 Van Wallburst up to 4th. Now don't forget, all of these are still on dry weather tyres. They're on the yellow sidewall on the medium tyre. So that is going to be tough. Right, 2 hours down, 2 hours still to go here, and all to play for.
Certainly is. What a race it's been. It's been a dramatic first hour, somehow a more dramatic second hour. When we started, though, it was nice and dry. A bit of a dramatic start to the race in both the LMP and GTE categories. Contact down into the first corner from Sem9 Axel, straight into the side of the number 8 R8G, sending them straight on. And then there was this contact as well. Again, 3-4 wide on the race start in GTE, as you would expect in that category. And as they were racing down, it was contact between Project 1, the Dirt Esports car, into the side of the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, and there was contact that dragged them down to the first corner. A few other cars also involved in all this. Watch this from Luke Browning, biggest penalty in the race being a stop-go 10-second time penalty. He got one of those for making contact with the Yaz Heat Veloce car, and then also more calamitous affair as they came through. Our Nage competition also joining into it, being a bit aggressive coming through there. And then we've got the Alpine Esports car trying to find their way through on the R8G car, the number 18. A little bit of contact between Rory McDuff and Christopher Hookveld, sending Rory McDuff back around, and so there was no harm, no foul in that battle. Meanwhile, the race lead in the GTE category was on fire. It was Jordi Zveers in the SF Velez Esports car trying to defend from Smolyar in that R8G car on the left-hand side. A brilliant attempt from Smolyar, but it was failed on that time, but would eventually steal the race lead away from that 51. It was a brilliant battle. It was this move up into the first Lesmo, a big send down the inside to try and get his way through. The two of them will remain side by side up towards the second Lesmo, and this was the big moment. Windscreen wipers on, rain starting to come down as Smolyar would take the lead in the GTE category in the AAA R8G car. An absolutely fantastic battle between Smolyar and Zveers, but the drama was continuing. This from Christopher Hookveld. He's had
Slim Kid, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it.
Chopping back over the nose of the satellite racing car into the barrier, severe damage, and that would bring out the full course yellow for the first time in the Le Mans Virtual Series. And that would be big when it comes to strategy. Everyone deciding to come down into pit lane that was ahead of that incident, trying to get ahead of the race, trying to get ahead of the wet weather conditions as well. Most of them would come out on slicks through that sequence, but once they got back racing again, it was all the talk of wet tyres. And as we head into the third hour of the race, passing the halfway point, it is AMG Team Williams Esports leading the way at the moment, but I expect this to change very much so. Porsche Coanda here in second position with Williams Esports in third. Williams Esports just coming into the pit lane. Those three are on slick tyres. Your race leader at the moment, realistically, is the AMG Team Petronas Esports car. They went onto the wets before everyone else as we roll through the rest of the LMP contingent. A few heavy hitters at the early point of the day. Of course, Team Fordzilla getting a big penalty earlier on after spinning out the likes of Yazheat Veloce. In the GTE category, R8G
yeah, well,
climbs back into the
we had to
AAA
stop,
car,
and
just 7 seconds
then the rain got harder.
Esports car.
I think.
ProDrive Fire looking really strong today, presently in 3rd position in class. Had a super performance in that 4-5-way even fight when Sim Marinello joined it for the race lead earlier on. A dismal day though for our championship leaders. Oracle Red Bull Racing in last position in the GTE category, last position overall, and it all happened into the first corner. Well, we've said goodbye to Martin Haven, who's rushed upstairs probably to get interviewed by social media because they've been absolutely on it. I'm sure you've had your fair share as we are joined once again by Mr. McCarthy. Hello.
Hello. It's, well, here we go. We're looking, I think we're straight into a replay here.
We're straight into it.
Here we go. Let's have a look back at what we've missed out while we were looking back at those highlights, and that is the number 53 going through into the lead of the race. AMG Team Williams, it only seems to be in qualifying where they struggle, but in the races they always make up ground, and today has been absolutely no different. Leading the way is Romanidis from Tommy Usgaard, but of course we are in different conditions now. We still have pit stops to be made, and that could change very shortly.
I mean, they'll need to come into the pit lane soon. Look at how wet the track is getting, and you can see they are still on slicks. The top two, AMG Team Williams Esports and Porsche Commander, are both on these slick tyres. They're both on the mediums, Romanidis and Tommy Usgaard. It's not comfortable out there right now. Now, as much as the slick tyres will technically work in these conditions, as we head back to BS competition versus
top
P1
two cars
Esports,
running on mediums, 47.4, 48.4.
So Romanidis last time round at 147.
We have Luke Bennett with a 44.3. You did 45.9.
But looking down, good. Team Redline, a 144 for them last time round, a 146 for Rory McDuff, a 144 for the other Redline car as well. The quickest car out there currently looks to be that #1 Team Redline car in our LMP class with Bennett in the car. Team Redline 144.3. Certainly just going off the last lap, they seem to be going the quickest so far, so they are about 3 seconds down now, staying out on those slick tyres.
There is Thierry Neuville. No, sorry, it's Jonas Raivio. He's just got the same glasses on. I do love those glasses that Jonas Raivio does. Of course, Neuville does use them in the World Rally Championship as well. These slightly yellow tinted glasses. Helps with a bit of strain as well from the screens, of course.
Yes.
It's essentially like running a blue filter on when you kind of remove the blue light from your phone and whatnot. Kind of like that, I guess. Only you look dope as when doing it. Jonas Raivio though in 12th position. Do you like that? That was very much on it as he's trying to get past Busk. I mean, again, 12th position for them. They're not having a good day of it.
No, qualifying was, went pretty well, went okay for them, went really well on the 3rd row, but they had that moment coming out of the Rogier chicane, and since then, sadly, they've lost a lot of ground, and now they're fighting just to try and get into the top 10. But the wet weather has come. There we can see the number 53 car is now in, and that is now the wet tyres going on the AMG Team Williams car. Let's see where this brings them back out into the queue then. They've made their pit stop. They're going to come back out. They're already down to 5th place. Let's see where they filter back out into. You can see a couple of the teams going by.
Yeah,
Luca. Line in the number 2,
a lot of people like it.
Which goes by. The 444 car goes by as well, so that should bring them back out into 8th place.
Yeah, indeed. And as this race unfolds and adds more drama into the mix, I'm not really sure where it's going to go over the next hour and 50.
Who's left on slicks then, Lewis?
Porsche Commander at the moment. Next to you, Van Wilburst, who are in 7th position at the moment. Floyd Van Wilburst as well, the number 4, of course, the championship leaders in LMP. They are also still in the mediums, as well as the number 8 R8G have really not had a good day within the LMP category. As we'll see, the 20's trying to come into the pit lane.
It's got to go in.
No, he wasn't trying to come into the pit lane.
Wow.
My goodness.
That's just trying to accelerate. coming out of Parabolica.
I respect Tommy Osgaard's ability an awful lot, but I'm terrified.
Now did a 150 on the last lap.
It's getting harder and harder.
It really is getting harder. So losing around 5 seconds to the Team Redline car, which is quickest so far. Triple Eight going really well in the GTE class. Proton having a good run, a good start to the race for them. They've charged through the order, and it's been an impressive performance so far for Pro Drive as well. There we can see the number 20 car still out there on those slick tyres. Let's see how they get on. We've got an incident we're picking out. This is the Mexico racing team going straight on at Ascari. And unfortunately,
I'm scared. Oh, that was one of the Proton Commander cars. Yeah, as that was predictable as, unfortunately.
Now that was the number 88 of Dylan Pereira. It was a bad lap last time around. Dylan Pereira lost 15 seconds, and that explains why. Dylan Pereira, Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup champion this year, claimed his title at this very circuit not too long ago. Great to have him racing with us, along with many other great professional drivers out there, part of these fantastic professional esports teams, along with the pro esports drivers as well. And this is a great fight we're watching as well, coming down to Parabolica. There we can see the Axel car, which had to come in and serve a drive-through a little bit earlier in the race, alongside one of the rFactor cars. Of course, jumping up to the LMP class this year after racing in GT in what was a very tough season for them. That is the Mexico team returning out of the pit lane after that incident. It seems Dylan Pereira has continued on. Side by side we go in towards the Retafilio, the 86 car on the outside there, and coming to the back of both of them there is the number 71, the Redline car, approaching the back of the pair of them.
Muscle!
Right, here we go. Porsche
Thank you for joining. How are you doing? Enjoying the tea party, yeah?
Yeah, they need to. Tommy Osgaard into the pit lane.
How are you, man?
Off of the
when do we see you in the more virtual series?
Much needed wets, and it certainly will do in conditions like this. And also, by the way, whilst we're watching all of this competition going on, there are competitions that you at home can take part in, because we've said before with some of our partners, had a couple of these. Obviously, we had it at Le Mans Virtual.
They should even drop behind us now.
Building your own Lego. Oh, trophy! Never mind. As rFactor's having more issues whilst I'm waffling on. We've got we had the building of the podium. We had the building of the trophy.
I have to say was very impressive. The winning entry
of both of those, absolutely amazing. This time though, spicing it up a little bit. Build your own perfect race grandstand.
They don't quite want you to read this out, I'm afraid. BS Plus competition have gone off and have gone straight on. Anyway.
Just setting up OBS for a stream, I see. So we have a raid in 2 hours. So you
through this race, you
looking forward to LFM RF2. We're going to do some tutorials at the minute.
You can share it with us by tagging at Le Mans
Porsche is
Virtual
still
on social
on
media
dry tires.
Using the hashtag build for real, and then if you win your competition event, which there are some incredible builds, you get to do some more building, because you'll be sent one of the most fantastic bits of Lego Technic products. Is the Lego Technic Ferrari 488 GTE set. I've built the Porsche. We've had a chat on this one before last round. They are incredible bits of gear, and I would severely recommend, again, building yourself a perfect race grandstand at Le Mans Virtual, and hashtag build for real.
Yeah, good stuff. And you can win a T248 steering wheel, thanks to Thrustmaster, one of our other partners as well, with pedals during the broadcast. Keep your eyes peeled on the Le Mans Virtual social channels for hidden code. Maybe check out the Traction YouTube chat. There might be some ones in there. Now, whilst you were reading that out, we were having a look here at the number 20 car, which has served its pit stop as well. We can see it's now back out onto the circuit. There is the number 63 AMG Petronas, the first of the cars to come in. And now it is in a very close battle for the race lead.
Three-way fight.
We have, it's less than a second between Team Redline there who quickly go by our shot. Then the number 63 of AMG Team Petronas. Then Alpine Esports. Did we ever expect to be saying that in this race?
No, Rory McDuff just squeezed the in-speed car just ever so slightly there on the braking zone coming down into the Roger. I've got to say, the number 1 car returning to the top, it does mean that it's very nice in our live time because the number 1 is in first in class and overall. It looks very nice. 1-1-1. Looks very tidy indeed. But they are very strong at the moment because they were, originally through the pit lane sequence, they were behind the Alpine Esports car. They've got ahead of them and then ahead the AMG Petronas Esports car, who are obviously struggling a little bit on tyre wear. They've been driving around on a dry track on these wet tyres, I'll remind you, so they're pretty worn. They've gone through an awful lot of thermal degradation as well. It's not an ideal scenario for the 63, but saying that, they're still in second. They've done a great job taking a wild gamble.
We don't know.
Work their way up.
They've done 3 pit stops.
Can't see from here.
But
if it's Romanidis, then he's on wet.
Done 4. And AMG Petronas, because of that, find themselves up in second place. They were dropping down the lower end of the top 10 at the start of this race, but clearly they've been playing the long game. They were waiting for what the teams were told were a risk of rain throughout the race, and that rain has now come. You can see this is what they practiced in as well, similar conditions to this. This is the first time ever we are seeing rain in the Le Mans Virtual Series in a racing situation. We saw it in qualifying for Nordschleifer. Yeah, it was for the Nordschleifer last season. Now we're seeing it in a racing situation, and it's always going to throw up some surprises, isn't it? Some twists and turns, the wet conditions, particularly around a circuit like Monza as well. What's it like driving round in the wet round this circuit?
I've never done. Oh, haven't I? I don't know if I did a wet race around Monza. I mean, generally driving in the wet in rFactor 2, I actually really enjoy it. Some people absolutely despise driving in the wet. I love it. I think there is something about it, especially when it's dry, when it's wet to dry. There is something about the level of precision required when you're driving. Oh, there's a bit of contact in the barrier. Is that?
That's someone in the barriers. Yeah.
Was that Mex
with a missing rear wing as well? Wasn't it?
Pretty heavy crash into the barrier.
There you go. Some people don't like driving in the rain.
Clearly
easy to make a mistake.
I love it. I think there's something about it. You've got to be able to drive at 99%. That's the important bit. You've got to be able to roll yourself down.
Well, it looks like the Mexico racing team were the one in trouble. Now, was this a mistake? Was it something to do with Team Redline behind, I wonder? It's going to be one or the other, isn't it? And it looks like Mexico Racing hit the curb. Oh, no.
Okay.
I will be
fair to the Redline car. You wouldn't expect a car to pull straight off the line and basically lift on the exit of...
So there was a mistake from Mexico Racing Team. They hit the curb. Car got out of shape. They slowed up on the exit. Redline had nowhere to go.
Yeah, I don't know where I'd say about that. On BS competition, that is he is really Terry Novell now, isn't he? Terry Novell, he's gone straight off the track.
That's not for the first time either.
Jonas Raivio in the BS competition car. They are having a torrid time out there. And, I mean, to be fair, that does happen into Ascari a lot. Either a snap on the rear end, on the brakes, as you're trying to slow the car down. If not, just not braking enough and going straight over it. And Jonas Raivio for the BS competition team. Bit of drifting as well through the Parabolica. That's very nice.
Looks good, doesn't it? Through Parabolica there. Now down the start-finish straight. Gap between our leaders, 4 seconds overall between our leaders in GTE. It is 5.7 seconds. So once again, we find ourselves with 2 very close fights overall. There you can see gaps to leaders to the left-hand side of screen now as the BS Plus competition car makes its way through the Retafilio. We have the Williams car just behind that, making its way round, and then one of the Proton cars next along. Now I wonder if that is the Dylan Pereira car or if that's the 77. This is one of the, is this the Mexico car back into pit lane? I believe it is, and that will be the repairs required. Unfortunate for them, that's not the first bit of trouble they've had in this race either, so it's been another learning process for a new team joining us this season. And I think similar to Axel Motorsport, they'll be treating all of this as extended test sessions in a hope to really go out and get a good result in that 24-hour race in January.
Axel, 7.9 Axel, they're the ones to kind of really look at when it comes to the I'm struggling now, but let's just keep at it, because they're a great example of it. Another one at the moment, I've got to say how well they've done today. The 777 D Station, currently running in 9th position. Sure, we've seen some flashes of them in qualifying being very, very strong, but in the races,
never.
No siree.
No.
Looking really, really good in this. Like I say, running up. That's their race done, by the way. That's the commentator's curse if ever I've seen it.
Yeah, we'll just wait to see them go into the barriers.
Yeah, but either way, doing a great job. But yeah, I don't believe in the commentator's curse. I only believe in bad driving. We've been through this.
No, but D Station picking up from that. 11th at the first round. Last season, their best result was 12th. It was a really good improvement for them. Showed that they're here to fight for top 10s now, and this isn't because anything to do with the wet weather. They were up in P7 earlier in the race when it was dry, and they made some really good overtakes. And that wasn't through people falling off the track. That was genuine D Station moving through the order. They got past the AMG team. Remy Delorme in the car for them now. So they have made some driver changes to that team this season as well. There you can see D Station, and certainly they're building a real strong force there to try and go and challenge for top 5s and maybe podiums a little bit later this season.
Clearly Aston Martin's overpowered. No, I'm joking. I'm jesting. I'm joking. No, it's like I say, it's
ProDrive third. Yeah.
We'll take a look again. I'll come back to that in a second, and I'll try and figure a way of digging myself out of the grave.
Did he get touched there?
I'm not sure.
I think
we'll see a slow-mo here. And now you can see there was a little bit of warping through that. So that was definite. I know obviously it looked like it warped through the first, but that's obviously the netcode then being a bit delayed. There was contact with just how that car pitched off.
It would be very harsh to give.
If I'm honest, again, I don't want to speak on behalf of race control. They're there to make their own decisions, and they can see everything. They look at every speed, every angle, everything they want to look at. They can go look at in reference to previous laps. I say that all the time. I would not give the number 1 a penalty for that.
Yeah. It looked like a racing incident, didn't it? I don't think there was.
You wouldn't expect a car to slow down like that.
No, it came from a mistake there from Mexico Racing, having hit that curb just a little bit too hard through the second Lesmo, which is very easily done. Here we look back from the Van Wall, the 444 car, making its way now through Curva Grande. Whoa, and you can see getting a little bit out of shape. There comes the number 20 Porsche. So this is your battle going on a little bit further back. This is the number 4 car, apologies, being passed. So this is a battle for 8th place. Tommy Usgaard going past Jesper Pedersen there. Good move done there from the number 20. That is 8th place in the bag. Esteban Guerrieri will be next for him. That's the next view car. The 444 car will be next on the list. 10 seconds up the road. 10 seconds back from this, the Rocket Sim Sport car, but a good move there from the Porsche team.
I think realistically in the LMP category we're actually looking at about 3 pit stops to the end. One of them will be quite short. Now you don't want a short fill now, just to clarify, because we do not know if this rain will be with us until the end of the race.
Yeah, and there we can see that's one of the cars still out on slick tyres as well, isn't it?
Really? Yeah, we've got next view Van Wall Burst and Floyd. Why a Floyd Van Wall Burst still out on the slicks?
So 4 and 444, are there any others?
As far as I'm aware, no.
That's
I mean, I respect it. I respect it, but yeah, maybe they need to. Maybe they, no. I was going to say that's harsh. I was going to start judging their strategy, and I shouldn't.
I mean, look, these were the winners.
Actually,
these are championship leaders.
No, I am just going to throw them straight into
4 are championship leaders.
Maybe they need to get Cameron Roger back in to run their strategy. But I'm not vibing with that one. I'm not necessarily. Look, again, I was wrong earlier about the number 2 car and how the gamble was actually originally going to work. But being out on slicks in this condition, I kind of get what they're trying to do. They're trying not to go off strategy too much. And to be perfectly honest, their pace is very impressive, all things considered. But still, it's the risk you're taking by doing this. It's so heavily on the side of danger that one GTE breathing on you in a slightly funny way, you're round.
Look, here we go. This is on board then. So you can hit. I guess this will give us a good idea of exactly what they're up against.
Watch it for Ascari.
Yeah. Here we
Yeah.
go.
I mean, this is great for fuel saving, by the way. 'cause
Gold
you can't
Winger,
get power.
stint was okay.
It's great for fuel mileage. But you'll see here,
Yes.
you kind of got to avoid the
Could have
I
been
mean,
better,
this is
but
more
could have
the
been
first
loads
couple I was
worse.
expecting, if I'm
So
perfectly
everything's
honest.
good.
Just brushing the second one and then completely missing that third and final one. That's the important one, because that's the one that if you watch in the dry weather, when we watch qualifying, they slam it over that curve. Totally avoided it.
Looking at the lap times, it's high enough.
Why. There looks, to be honest, like there's more grip than I would expect.
Let's watch them out of here, because this is obviously a really important part of the circuit.
Oh yeah, you're listening.
Yeah, should at least be like this
Yeah.
for another 30
You
minutes.
they're struggling to get the power down. And here we go. We're going to go straight back into a battle. We'll pick up on that in a second, because this is red line side by side. This is a battle for fourth place with Porsche.
Understood.
Coanda, you can see the number 23 car once battling for the lead of the race. No further action for the number 20 with contact between 29, which is red line, and Mexico Racing. So that was the decision we both expected there.
Yeah.
So
We're very good at this.
Yeah, of course.
We should just take over race. Actually, no, I don't want to take over race control. There's one job.
That'll make a good video, actually.
If there's one job that I would do around sim racing or around motorsport generally, it would never be race control. The pressure that they have to deal with to get the decision right.
I think we should get our social team to put you in there.
No, thank you. Okay, here's the deal. And I hope you're listening upstairs, Mr. Haven. I will do race control. You can see that. I will do race control.
There are the guys.
And then Martin Haven has to get in the sim. All right, that's the deal. If Martin Haven gets into the simulator next door, I'll go and do race control for a bit.
Okay.
All right. We'll try and plan this out at the start.
I mean, someone has to commentate with me. We haven't need to get Ben back. I'll be left on my own. Here are the guys you can see putting the show together for you.
We've got Rich, who's a traitor. We've got Tom, who's a broadcast director. There we go. There's a wave from Rich, of course. You've got Cam, who's doing our audio in here. You've got Damran, who's helping out with replays as well. You've got Dean, who I've apparently not given a shout out ever on a broadcast before. You know.
Yeah, gives the nod.
It's all good in there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Great stuff.
Did I not say Tom was our director?
Huh?
Did I not say Tom was our director?
I don't know. Did you?
No, probably not. Apparently he's absolutely... no, it's fine. No, we're not going to go there. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. He's shouting in my ear. It's awful. We can throw him straight under the bus. It's fine. Either way, into the pit lane for New Wets, the number 63. That is Graham and Carroll jumping in. So we'll see if he gets out of the car. But I don't know.
Make their way down to the second chicane. Wow.
Instantly entering an argument. It's fine.
I know. You know what? You can go and speak to them, and we can go back to those pictures, and we'll see what goes on. I'll happily commentate on that.
Oh dear.
Right, this is your battle for third
Racing,
place,
thank you
which
so
we're gonna
much for
pick
your
back
subscription
up,
on our
again.
YouTube channel.
The
Much
lap
appreciated.
time's been done, actually, through the number 4 car. Because they're still
He
out
knows
there on
about
slick tyres,
the
aren't
fuel
they?
and stuff.
Last time round, the Jesper Pedersen did a 146. The 444 did a 147.
I think that
Team Redline did a 146.
their pace is actually again. This is why I shouldn't disagree with them straight away. Their pace is actually quite good.
Their pace is actually okay, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's amazing, but I get what they're trying to do.
Well, no, look, okay, they did a 146.9 last time. 147.1 for Team Redline this time.
I will say I'm 90% sure the slick should not work in these conditions.
Well, let's see what they do this time. If they're quicker than that, then what do you do for what do you do if you're on wet tyres?
I don't know.
You know, did you cross back over? You know.
The thing is, as far as we're aware, there will be a turning point and it will start drying up. Now, the easiest way, by the way, to tell if it's raining or not and when it stops raining, and it's even regardless of spray, is that a lot of drivers are running, well, in fact, I would say a majority of the grid are running an automated windscreen wiper, right? So if you ever want to see if it stops raining, or if it is raining right now, see if the windscreen wiper's going. Wow. Genuinely, that's it. As soon as that stops, the rain stops.
Right.
Right? So yeah, that's the thing to really look at in that scenario. But as of right now, the rain is still coming down. It's just keeping but I think it's keeping the track in a very stable, moist state.
Gold Winger, thank you so much for a tier 1 subscription on the Twitch channel. Much appreciated.
A lap.
See.
half a second to a second.
Yeah, nothing we can do, sadly.
But you could see riding on board, and how do you make any
There's still
place?
someone.
The moment you go
It's
off,
hard.
the moment you go offline, I mean, there is, you know, you can see there is where everyone's driving it is creating a you know, more grip to the racing line, but going off that, surely it's gonna it's gonna be almost impossible to overtake.
I said before about, you know, like loving driving in the wet, especially in wet to dry parts of the race. I do, not in endurance racing.
Well, this will show us the difference, because this is a car with wet tyres on, I believe. So here we'll see the difference coming out of Parabolic.
Oh, this will be the Porsche, because it will be the 23, I believe. Yeah, you'll really see it kind of put the power down. Let's listen. It's not easy. Oh, yeah, it's not easy.
It's almost like they knew we were watching.
There's a couple of big snaps in there.
But Mac Backham used a lot more of the circuit there than the Floyd.
I would 100%, even if the pace was exactly the same between slicks and wets, I would 100% take wets right now because of the risk. Like, you come up to some GTEs on slicks, even if they were like 2 or 3 tenths a lap faster, right? Even at this point, if you come up to some GTEs and you're on an LMP, your options are very, very limited as to what to do, because you can only really stay on this on the less wet line. It's not a drying line, it's an okay line. Meanwhile, on the wets, you've got more options.
Here we go. This is a great battle going on. Third place in GTE has just changed hands. Sim Marinello, Pro Drive, battling away with each other. So we're going on board with the Pro Drive car as they head down towards the second Lesmo now. Christian Malguera is the car ahead of us. There we can see the Pro Drive car trying to get that Aston Martin on to the podium. We haven't seen one on there since the factory team finished second in 2020 in the first running of the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual. They make their way in towards Ascari. There's the 95 car. Are we going to see a change of place? Sim Marinello going through to third place ahead of Pro Drive. They are around 8 seconds back from Proton, who are in turn 8 seconds back from the R8 GT.
I say it's in the GTE category. R8G, I think, have been the super impressive with their pace over the first round. Of course, they took a big hit in the first round. They had a disconnection late on in the race, which robbed them of any chance of victory. They've come back here at Monza with a massive fire in their belly, with so much passion and aggression to get back after it, leading by 8.3 seconds over Pash Gergis. Then you got Morgera and Lasse back, who we just took a look on board with. I mean, Pro Drive Fire doing an incredible job as well. And I've got to be said, it's another round where we're looking at the 71 thinking, you are not where you should be. You are not where we would expect you to be. Down in 7th position in class, Enzo Benito, although this time I think they've avoided receiving drive-through penalties for track limits and squeezing people on the exit pit lane, so they're doing better.
Yeah, and behind that, Satellite Racing having a really good race as well. They were the best of the wildcards that entered the 24-hour race. The second running of the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual finished in P10, back for a full season. That was in the Corvette, though, so they switched car for their first full season. They've gone to the Aston Martin. They're running in 5th place, and behind that we have a good battle going on for 6th place, actually, between Simsa Esports and BMW Team Redline, and that is what we pick up now. We go on board with BMW Team Redline. We can see the Simsa Esports car just ahead of us. We're coming around Curva Grande now. This is Enzo Benito looking at Schindler as they head down to the Rogier chicane. Difficult to overtake. You can see the amount of curve they take there, and Benito almost on the gravel on the exit as we come up towards the Lesmos. Good driving from Redline. Of course, they took pole position at Bahrain, finished in 3rd place in the end. They did have to serve a drive-through penalty, but had a great battle for second. Simsa got their best ever result at that 8 hours of Bahrain, and they're looking to match that here or get as close as they can. 6th place for them, but that might become 7th because Enzo Benito is going to try and have a look down the inside into Ascari. Just waving to Patrick Schindler in the mirrors there. Schindler, though, not making any mistakes as he comes through Ascari and now makes his way down towards Parabolica.
And the problem with the BMW, I mean, obviously I was a bit critical there with the 71, like knowing the BMW's strengths and weaknesses. I mean, two of its weaknesses, in comparative to the rest of the GTE field, are it's not very good on the straights, right? Yeah, and it's not very good in the low-speed corners. However, in medium to high-speed corners, like that, boom, gets the advantage, gets to the inside. Now, I would suspect the 66 should be faster in a straight line, and Schindler should still be able to hold this, and that's the problem that Benito is struggling with right now. He is unable to do it, but he has to properly send it on the wetter part of the track. It's got to be a big, brave send from Enzo Benito. Home soil it might be. The 71 gets down the inside, and BMW Team Redline trying to get 6th position off of Simsa Esports. That drive off was absolutely spot on, but I do not think this battle is done yet.
Yeah, good driving from the pair of them there. Gave each other the space. Redline goes through, though, into 6th place, and we now jump on board with Simsa, who are back down into 7th place as they head down to the Roggia chicane. They've got plenty of space behind them. Next along is the SF Velas Ferrari. That's quite a few seconds back from this now, about 20 seconds back from this. Let's go back to one of the LMP battles. This looks like the Rockets Sim Sport car that we are picking up, heading down to Ascari, just clearing off the P1 door car. Is that the Project 1 car? Yes, Rocket Sim Sport. Oh, and Project 1 are out there on slick tyres, are they, as well? So at least it looked like they were, so they're going to be struggling with those. But Rocket Simsport, in the process of trying to get past that Project 1 by door car, who has slick tyres on, has lost a place. So that's fortunate for them. Williams have gone through and into 9th place.
Oh, big snap as well for Ferris Stanley, who are riding on board with here. I've got to say, I was not a fan coming straight into the pit lane. I was not a fan of the attempted move coming down into the into Ascari. That was a bit naughty from Ferris Stanley, who you can see there coming into his box, which is very early in the pit lane. That is, I'm pretty sure that is in the box.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's
not even in the pit lane.
It looks like he's going to get weighed.
Yeah, right. I thought, is this the penalty box? But yeah, no, I think that is actually genuinely in the pit lane. There's just 40 cars around here, and Monza is not. Oh, I think he might be waiting for another driver to. This would make more sense. I think he's waiting for another driver to join so that he can actually hand over. So they're just losing time. So I don't know what's happened with
the next driver's not ready, but he's out of fuel.
Must be.
And he can't keep going because there is minimum and maximum driver times.
Maybe the driver is going to breach that. I don't know. Either way, this is a disastrous affair for Rocket Simsports, who are actually in a decent spot. And Mike Yao and Ed Trevelyan Johnson, of course, who run the team. Mike Yao is currently in Indianapolis. I don't think he'll be best pleased when he tunes in to watch this and think, wait, what's happened to this car? It's not a good round.
We've never seen this before, have we? We've never seen.
He's switched the engine off, I believe.
So, well, that means the next driver is either having some technical problems on their end, but then, of course, there are 3 drivers in each team, so can't you get the other driver? Can't the other driver? Okay.
There are rules and limitations about when you can join the server. You can't just be on the server all of the time because there are a certain amount of people that are allowed to be on the server realistically. And when you think about it, think of like server load. Think of how many people that have to be on the server right now. So you've got all 40 of the drivers that we've got actually driving. Cool. Then you've got race control, that's 2 PCs. Then you've got our broadcast cameras, that's 5 PCs. So we're already closing in on 50. And then through the pit lane, you're allowed to have 1 person join. And let's say, for example, 20 cars want to change drivers basically around the same time.
They all come in at the same time,
right.
Yeah.
That's 20 extra people joining, which means that you're approaching 70, 80, 90 people joining the server. It's very high load on the server. It's why they don't allow you to just sit on the server. Otherwise, we'd be talking like 200-300 people on the server all the time.
Yeah, exactly. No, very good point. Panis Racing, we are watching there the number 65 battling away with GR Vector Esports. That looked like. So a change of place there. That's a change of 20th place. There they are just behind. Now we did have coming into the pits, the other GR Vector Esport car is in the pit lane. Pescarolo are in. Ferris Stanley is still waiting in the pit lane as well. There he is, still waiting.
That's
that is their race ruined. That's a real shame for Rocket Sim Sport. They didn't have the best of first rounds either. Unfortunately, they had a DNF at the first round, and it seems they're having a bit of a disaster at this one as well.
Could be a DNF in this one. Here's the battle for second position, though. I think Schmiedel has just got through on Rory McDuff. So you've got the number 2 car here ahead now. There they are. So that was down into the Rettifilio. So it is a team red line 1-2 in the LMP category. Rory McDuff just being deposed a single spot, who has done every round, I believe. Maybe not the first round of last season. I don't remember too much.
No,
he certainly did the first ever Le Mans virtual, finished in 4th position, of course, along with Ollie Rowland and Devin Browner.
Yeah, the 2Cs car. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Did very, very well indeed.
It was fantastic.
Along with Isabin Abdullah Khalifa, I believe,
yes,
who was also in that car.
Yes, it was. It was a really good performance from them.
Very good.
Rory McDuff played a big part in that result as we watch the BS Plus competition car coming under threat here from P1 Esport. That looks like, yes it is, as they make their way through the Rogier chicane and now down to the Lesmos, and a bad exit from BS Plus competition, and now they're going to lose a place. This is going to be a change of 11th place through the first Lesmo. Might line this one up into the second. BS Plus competition did a good job round the outside there, though, to hold, carry the speed round the outside and hold on to the position for the time being.
Yeah, and again, these two, they've been battling for about 2 hours now, so they're going to continue the fight, which is unfortunate for some, but it's great for us. I will take it every single day of the week, and here comes P1, straight back through on the inside, and that's BS competition, literally a sitting duck on the outside. They're both going to set it in and go side by side through Ascari, but the 89 is going to hang on to 11th. I did not see that one coming.
Great driving standards from both cars here. Alpine Esports are in the pit lane, by the way, just to take a very quick breather away from this, but let's go back to it now. P1 Esports down the inside there, you can see them to the left hand side of screen. Are they going to be able to complete this move? We've seen a couple of failed attempts for overtakes down at the Parabolica. Oh, what's happened?
Oh, full course yellow.
Full course yellow.
What is that for?
Now
that is going to help Alpine. If they are still in the pit lane, it's going to help them. Oh, it's because he's of course the rocket car's just still sat there.
The rocket car's there.
I mean, he's loving life, isn't he?
Is he rejoined?
He's moving.
He's back. So the car's out. Okay, so is it for something else?
Unless there's something else that's gone on that we haven't seen.
Yeah. Well, okay. Look. Well, in the pit lane. Let's go with what we do know. Alpine Esports came in. Floyd Van Wilburst came in. William Esports came in as well. Those were the first cars that came in. So they were 7th, 8th, and 9th. Now we're going to see. We're going to see everyone piling in now, aren't we?
Yeah, big time.
P1 Esports are there, Pro Driver there. We've got Sim Marinello, they're the closest car to us. Now look, here we go. We've got more cars coming in in the background as well. There goes Pescarolo, as you point out. They're into the pit lane now as well. So we've got more cars making their way into the pit lane. We have a full course yellow.
Oh, that was close.
That was a quick stop as well, wasn't it, from Pescarolo? Just a quick bit of fuel in for them. Here we see our race leaders, Team Redline. Now, will we see them come in? It's... I
just don't know what's going. Like, we've not had any word from race control as of yet as to what this full course yellow is for, which would be great. But we're all a bit in the unknown. The thing is that 9 times out of 10, it is kind of how it goes sometimes. That if we're in the unknown, a lot of the teams are in the unknown as well. So a lot of drivers just driving around being like, what's going on?
But what does this do now? This opens up the opportunity to. You've got to take advantage of this as a team.
LMP. 100%, because there's an hour and 18 left in this race. If it was to remain wet until the end of the race, oh, there we go. It's rFactor. It's got a big damage car. That is crabbing. Let's see. I believe if we ride on board with it, I believe it looks like it's running out of fuel. Oh, no, it's not crabbing. I thought we were crabbing a little bit through there, but we're telling it's running out of fuel, and we're getting a full course yellow because of that, because they can't run fuel numbers, apparently.
So there we go then. So we're riding on board with them now.
It's not crabbing. It's fine.
So this is the rFactor car, which has run out of fuel, or is running out of fuel. Daniel Brewer in the 86, and hence why we have the full course yellow. It hadn't been the best of races for them already, and unfortunately it seems to have got a little bit worse, down in 22nd place, sadly.
I am being told from inside the rFactor esports camp that the guy on board, I'll take back my criticism immediately because I've just been sent a picture, has no in-game HUD. So has no idea what fuel the car is on. And so having a bit of... So as he's leaving the pit lane, and this is it, because like this is what I'm being told as well, is that because they've not got any HUD or anything, he can't, for whatever reason, he cannot release the pit limiter right now. Which, to be fair, 60 kilometres around here is hilariously dangerous because it is one of the fastest racetracks on the entire planet.
Yeah, when you get to the Lesmos, particularly, and down to Ascari, that's
I'll remove my criticism. That's fine.
So.
I'm going to get out of this broadcast and everyone's going to hate me. It's great. What a time to be alive. But yes, as I was saying, for LMP, everyone needs to be in the pit lane now because only less than an hour and 20 minutes left to go in this race.
We need to get this car back into the pit lane and get it fixed, or get the problem fixed.
Switch drivers.
For whatever's going on for Daniel Brewer, we need to get Stevens or Grankfist back in the car, and Brewer needs to get whatever problems he's having back at home fixed so that he can get back out again. But very good info there from coming within the camp. So thanks to those guys for sending that to us. And this car will now come back in. That will see the full course yellow come back out. Now, whilst that's been going on, red line of basically everyone's come in, haven't they? I don't know who hasn't come in. We've seen everyone coming in to the pits. In GTE, we've seen RAG, I don't think came in, but Proton in the 77 have come in. Sim Marinello have come in as well, and RAG, I think they have come in as well. So it looks like pretty much the entire field served a pit stop.
Because of how long that was out for, I'm pretty sure most of them did come into the pit lane, and there is I'd say for a lot of these, especially in the LMP, they have to come in because from this point on there's only one more pit stop they have to make, which is actually ideal timing for the LMP category. It does mean that Team Redline, the #1 car, leads. Tommy Usgaard in second position, and the #2 LMP car, I believe, still in third position as they all switch around. There is the 86 in the pit lane. Again, thanks to Toby Davis and Anthony Nickpon, who were the ones that were sending over the information from inside the camp, running the engineering for both the 86 and the 101. But yeah, not an ideal moment, and that is a very stressful moment as a driver because you're driving around being like, I'm a sitting duck. Someone's definitely about to drive into me at some point.
Yeah, and what you can't just leave the car there because you're in a race. You need to get back so that you can keep going. So that was handled very well, I think, by the team at Race Control. You can't
also, I know you can on some sims, fair enough, but you can't just pull over and then press the escape key and you're back in, and it'll tow you around. Helicopter, nice, and it'll tow you back round to the pit lane, but it won't do that. Also, helicopters, I'm pretty sure we're on a helicopter. Getting very,
I know.
Very much.
We can put two together.
Blowing the budget of the Le Mans Virtual Series on two. I think there's the third one up there as well.
I know.
Flying all over the place.
I know.
It's clearly not that bad weather-wise, is it? We're so far off topic. It's not even funny. P1
I know.
Moving out there for they're a lap down, I think.
Getting out the way for ProDrive there. So that's ProDrive going through because they're running in 4th place. P1 Esport 12th place. ProDrive running 4th place, trying to chase down Sim Marinello, who just turned into Ascari. And there you can see 12th place on the side of the car there. That's their position in class. ProDrive trying to chase down Sim Marinello here, who are having a good race. Well, of course, we had some confusion early on. We thought they might have had a penalty. They don't. And this opens up the opportunity for them to get a podium, which could argue they deserved at the first round because they drove a really, really good race there. And for a long time at Bahrain, we all thought Sim Marinello are going to be on the podium here. Could be second, could be third. In the end, it was a top 5 finish, a 5th place finish for them. But what a start to Sim Marinello's Le Mans Virtual Series campaign, and it looks like they can continue that here. Of course, we've still got another pit stop to do. Sadly,
couldn't fix the problem, unfortunately.
That looks like we're going to be seeing rFactor out of the race, and that is a real shame.
They still might be able to rejoin. They might try and rectify the problem and then get back out there. So it might not be the last, but then literally they will just be going for the checkered flag, unfortunately.
It's a chance to put some more laps in, isn't it, in the wet? We haven't had this in a racing situation. It's different to testing, isn't it?
Which you can do. I was talking to Martin about this earlier. Is that you can do 400 laps of practice in the wet by yourself, and that's fine. But it's by yourself. It doesn't tell you how the track's going to change, going to dry. I will say, as much as the rain is still coming down, you can kind of see that the off-circuit, the offline reflections, particularly coming out towards the sky, well, it doesn't look anywhere near as bad as it did earlier. So I think it is not drying out.
Did anyone go to slicks in those pit stops?
Porsche Commander did, 23 did. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And AMG Team Williams Esports did as well. Of course, Floyd Vanwall and Nextview Vanwall both remain on the mediums. Anyway, so we do have two LMPs switching back over. I think it is almost time to switch back over to the mediums.
Yeah, so the 23 Porsche Commander is now on slick tyres. Okay, so we need to keep an eye.
I hate doing the strategy in this race, by the way. Oh my god, that is so hard. I feel bad for any of the race engineers in this race.
I think you would have walked out by now.
I would have walked out even if I was in the car. No, I'm good. No, actually, in this kind of scenario, when you're actually in the car, sometimes it's a little bit calm. I said this before, like, if you speak to some drivers, particularly in sim racing and endurance racing, is that being in the car is actually the least stressful part, because you're in control. You're the one that's in charge of the car. You then get out of the car and then you have to run the strategy, and someone else is driving, and you're just sat there being like, please don't bin all of my really hard work. So it's quite interesting. By the way, helicopter on helicopter that we just saw there. I did get some a message from Ed Trevellin Johnson. I will just shout out on air. I was trying to think of an Inception-based pun with a helicopter. He said Heliception, which I thought was very good. If not, you could call it a metacopter. But still, I like both of those. Either way, back to the action.
Absolutely fantastic.
The 51's lost out a little bit through that final pit sequence, by the way, because they're obviously battling for the race lead. They're down to 8th now.
Brilliant stuff. Here we see the 50. Here we see the 51. Now, did any of the GT cars go to the slick tyres?
We're just waiting for it to switch around. So, I don't believe any did.
So Porsche Commander and the 23 have. Last time around, they did a 146.5. Leaders did a 146.8. However, 145s for the Alpine, 144s for the other team. Here we go. Williams in. Yes. So Williams Esports are in the number 5. It's been a really good race for them.
It's kind of one of those things that whatever call you make right now, you are trying. You're obviously not trying to. There you go. It goes on to the soft tyres, actually. White-walled soft tyres. Whatever call you make now, it's almost like it's not the decision for now. It's a decision for 10, 15, 20 minutes down the line.
What would you do now?
Mediums.
Sorry, I need to put. I just need to put you on this.
I'd mediums, double stint mediums.
Double stint mediums.
100%. If I'm an LMP coming in now, I'd double stint mediums to the checkered flag. The rain looks like it's slowing down. It looks like it's starting to dry up ever so slightly. And there's only an hour and 10 minutes left to go. That is in double stint territory. It looks like it's slick tyres. We've had the both the Vanwall burst cars running on the wet tyre, slick tyres, even through the harsher of the wet period. For me, as much as that drying line's not wide, the fact that they've made it stick tells me that this is that's all I need to know. I'm double stinting slicks in this. What would you do?
I'd probably
cry.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, there's a reason I asked the question.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I am definitely not a driver much anymore. Somehow I'm too fat for sim racing driving as well.
There's Oracle Red Bull Racing. Now, where do they lie? 14th. Not, of course, it started as a complete disaster for them, hasn't it? And
it's continued.
And it's really continued in that way. However, one thing that must be remembered for them is in that 8-hour race, they scored more. They scored 38 points. So 25 points for the win.
Boris, thank you so much on the tier 1 subscription there on the Twitch channel. Much appreciated.
Champions last year had throughout the season a DNF and a 19th, and still won the title by half a point. So having a bad result at one round isn't a big deal.
Well, remember the crash. I think it was Schmieder, wasn't it? Going through Blanchimont.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, I think it was Blanchimont.
Yes.
The 1-2-3 had that massive shunt as the AMG Petronas eSports car does manage to get past the 444 next view Van Wallburst.
Spa was a race of several crashes, and it's not going to be long before we are at Spa. And in the meantime, of course, between now and Spa, there is the chance to win a couple of things as well.
Yeah, certainly. Of course, as we were saying earlier, the Lego #Build for Real competition, which you can take part in. We had a couple of these over the running of the Le Mans Virtual Series. This time, during the race, we want you to build the perfect grandstand, and then be sure to share it on at Le Mans Virtual using the #Build for Real. Get your Lego creations absolutely on it. Try and use your imagination. Think outside the box. Try something a bit different. And if yours is the best, you will win a Lego Technic Ferrari 488 GTE set. I might give it a go if I wasn't on this broadcast, because I want some of that.
You can give it a go.
Do you have any spare?
Give it a go and post it up later. We'll all have a look.
No, it's got to be done during the race.
Yeah, but you can still do it. We'll all still have a look. We'll share.
A
You can
cheeky
also win a
bonus one.
T248 steering wheel with pedals during the broadcast as well. Keep your eyes peeled on the Le Mans Virtual social channels for hidden codes. And maybe check out the Traction YouTube chat as well. Okay, here we look back in with Brabham Esports, team we haven't really mentioned for quite a while now, running down in 12th place. A new team for this year, and not a bad start to the season so far. It was a very positive start with an 8th place back at Bahrain, and an 8th and a 12th would be a really good start to the season for them.
I am going to be a bit harsher on Brabham. I think that they might actually be a bit disappointed with how this race has gone. They've the lineup that they've got within the Brabham Esports camp is quite a strong one at the moment, and yet still it's just not quite really there for them. You've got Devon Browner, Jan van der Heijden and Arne Schoonvliet who are behind the wheel of this Brabham Esports car, and yet still they're just, I would expect them to be comfortably inside the top 10 if I'm brutally honest.
It takes time though, doesn't it, as a team to get the momentum together.
But they've been, as much as Brabham is a new team, in a sense, it's run by Zancho Sinsport, and those three have been teammates for a while. They've been teammates for over a year. Jan van der Heijden, of course, is the rFactor 2 GT Pro Champion of Season 3, about a year ago, as well as having done various competitions. He's worked with Devon Browner, he's worked with Arne Schoonvliet. They've worked together quite a lot, and the fact that they're only in 12th might be a little bit of a kick of the teeth, especially because they were behind the Rocket Sinsports car, which they realistically should have been ahead of for quite a while.
Yeah, there we see a move. That's the 53 car going by the 63 car. AMG Williams past AMG Petronas, who of course were the first to come in for those wets, and it's now similar to what we saw with them a little earlier in the race, starting to lose a couple of places. That's pretty much a move we saw earlier in the race happening again, and that's one of the cars,
Boris, I'm not sure if I already
did
the shout out, but thank you so much for tier 1 sub on our Twitch channel, much appreciated. Thank you.
On wets, and doing so very comfortably as well. There we see the car on wets, there's the car on slicks ahead. Lap times compared, 143.3 for Nikodem Wisniewski. James Baldwin did a 144.9. Luke Bennett out front, a 147. So AMG Team Williams are 4 seconds quicker than your race leaders. The slick tyres are now, I think it's fair to say, pretty much the quicker tyre.
Yeah, like I say, it's interesting to see the switched on tyres. We can see Mr. Action Man Curtains. It's Jack Keithley in the number 5, of course, driving around, trying to really put the pressure on. Absolutely iconic.
Yeah.
The car ahead of him is a lap up. That is the Alpine car at the moment. But I'm loving the openness of strategy in this right now. We've got wet as the number 20 Porsche Commander car of Tommy Usgaard comes into the pit lane. Wets for the top 4. The number 23 on the mediums.
That was a big slide coming out.
I think he's struggling on the tackle, but they are on slicks, they are on softs, remember?
And goes past the wet tyres.
Number 20 goes onto the slicks as well. They came in on the wets, they've come out onto the mediums.
Now, of course, the 23 is out there on the slicks, and was closing in on the 20 car very quickly. On the 36 car, I think that is rather, is closing in on Alpine Esports. It's closing in. Took 3 seconds out of Alpine Esports last time around. The gap between them is now 9 seconds. So if they stay out, it's not going to be long before we see that battle for third taking place.
Yeah, indeed. Like I said,
it's hard. Oh, there we go. Williams off.
He's struggling with the grip. Is Mr. Jack Keith? They're definitely faster, but he is. The thing is you lock up one corner, you go ever so slightly offline. I'm talking like half a car width, and it will drag you off the track. That's the problem.
Yeah. So slick tyres. Reminder: Porsche Coanda, AMG Team Williams, and then the 444 as well. Also out there on the slick tyres, and there you can see the number 23 Porsche out there on the slicks, really closing in fast on the Alpine Esports car ahead. Took basically 2 seconds out of the Alpine car through this second sector. It's not going to be long before they're in the tow of them. You can see them up the road, but Alpine might decide to come into the pits.
Bennett in the pit lane.
There's our leader in, and they will make that change of tyres now, surely, as well. And the other red line car as well comes in. So cars 1 and 2, both in the pit lane.
Surely Colin Spork in the Alpine also will be into the pit lane as well. Oh no, the number 2 staying on the. Okay, we had this before. Okay, I'm not going to panic as much as I did last time, but the number 2 is staying on the wets, at least on that. We do know that once they started rolling, it did then flick back over. So we'll keep our eye on the number 2. But at the moment, it does seem as though Josh Thompson might actually stay on the wet weather tyres. Colin Spork stays out though.
Yes, and the gap is now under 6 seconds.
Yeah.
So this car is really closing in fast on Alpine Esports.
I've got to say, this win for me in this race was a guarantee between 3 different teams over the last 40 minutes. It's like, yeah, no, this is a guaranteed red line win. No, it's a guaranteed Alpine. No, it's a guaranteed Porsche Coanda win. I love it. I just think it's so open when you have these switching conditions. But you're absolutely right. Martin Kronker at the moment, knowing how fast Martin Kronker is, of course, he is a multiple world champion of the world of sim racing, closing in that gap, launching himself up towards Colin Spork by 3 seconds a lap. Absolutely incredible. Colin Spork has to come in and go onto the softs and potentially stint and a half the softs, really, potentially almost close to double stinting the softs, but not fully.
There is the Alpine car. Surely this is going to be its last lap. Makes its way out of the chicane, and the dry line is well and truly out there now, and it's lost another 2 seconds already. We haven't even reached the start-finish line. There you can see the gap there. We can see them both in the same shot, and that is a big sign that they have lost a lot of time. Will we see Alpine Esports peel into the pit lane this time? They make their way out of the final corner. Yes, it was only a matter of time. The gap was 2.5 seconds after those 2 sectors.
Yeah, they left it too long. They've lost so much time over that sequence. It's absolutely a slick track. I mean, look at that line. Whilst the rain is still lightly coming down, it's so light that it's allowing the dry line to be built. I mean, there's 38, 39 cars. I think maybe even still a full 40, dragging in all that wet stuff off of the circuit, creating a nice, somewhat dry line you can run the slick tyres on. So Alpine might well lose out a fair amount in that, but it does mean that their final stop should be a little bit shorter.
Yep, so Porsche Coanda leading the way. Now the 23 car, 21 seconds to the good, but that, I tell you what, the battle for second is going to be, it's 20 seconds between the pair of them. So Team Redline next, AMG, Team Williams.
Hey, Beast Powers. So guys, we're going to get back in the car for the last so many minutes.
RHG, 11 seconds ahead of Proton. Next along after that, Sim Maranello. And then ProDrive running in 4th place. Still plenty to play for as we enter the final hour of the 4 hours of Monza.
Yes, indeed. Second and third, the battle on our screens right now. Jeffrey Rietveld and Nikodem Wisniewski currently under a lot of pressure. Wisniewski's going for second position. He's going on the attack. He's got to the inside up towards Ascari. And Jeffrey Rietveld has just fresh got into the car. Wisniewski's trying to make the move stick, but Rietveld's going to be able to hang on. He's driven it all over the curb on the exit of Ascari. Wisniewski now has the attack, now has the position surely in that AMG Williams car. He's going to pick up a spot on Team Redline as they race up towards the Parabolica, but he's got to make the move stick all the way around the outside. It's going to be a very dicey moment indeed, but a super drive from Nikodem Wisniewski to take second position in the 4 hours of Monza as we head into the final hour. Jeffrey Rietveld will surely go back on the attack. He's got that slipstream and he's got the speed. He's got slightly fresher tyres also, and so I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to fight his way back or maybe whether he's going to be a little bit more patient on that one. Of course, slick tyres on that moment. I don't want to use that wet stuff too much.
No, in towards the first corner, we're on board with Rietveld. Loses a bit of time on the exit though, and that allows AMG Team Williams just to clear off into the distance, gives them a bit of breathing space, but now 20 seconds up the road, Porsche Coanda in the lead.
Yeah, hopefully this is now a good time to lob in the highlights whilst they've been separated by enough, because it's been an incredible 3 hours of the race thus far. And we've got a final one to deal with. Let's take a look at the hourly highlights. Of course, it's been a dramatic race thus far. Wet weather has been the talk of the town over the last hour or so. Okay. And there was this as we were heading into the halfway point of the race. Christopher Hookfeld making contact with a satellite racing car into the barrier with a very heavy crash, and that would cause the full course yellow. He'd bring it round into the pit lane, but so would everyone else, because they decided to take advantage of this as the rain would start coming down. It was wet tyres being used for most.
Yeah, Porsche hasn't been that much on the Giga Strat, but they've done good lately.
In front of the 88, who just could not avoid it in that Proton Coanda Porsche. Big bit of contact there for the Mexico racing team, but they get back into the race and try and continue. The 86 having a couple of issues through the race, including this slide out of the first Lesmo, slightly into the barrier in the number 86 GR Vector Esports car. Just a quick little reverse and then got back going again. Mexico racing team and the number 1 car having a little bit of contact here, going a lap down with the Mexico racing team straight into the barrier. It was adjudicated by race control that this was no further action required. The number 1 keeping hold of the race lead at that point. Rocket Systems having a very odd issue on the way into the pit lane, having a couple of slides, and when they came in, Mika Hakimi, who was behind the wheel, came to a stop before they actually entered pit lane in a bizarre issue. Thankfully, though, off of the normal pit lane entry line, so everyone could kind of carry on as they were waiting for another driver to join. But it was a long stop, engine off, as they were trying not to overheat. Of course,
back then, in 1 hour ago, yeah, that wasn't the smartest thing to do.
About 2 hours. They were each and every single way round. Busk versus Rivio over the last stint or so, and it's been a super battle that's caught our attention and captured our imagination. Jonas Rivio going out a little bit too wide. He did that a couple of times, including down into Ascari as well.
Yeah, but they were, well, they need to come for a splash.
Number 86 rejoining the race, but with an issue on their side. There was a pit limiter that was left on, and they could not turn it off. Yeah. It would cause another full course yellow that caused the drama up to this point.
Fast lap, a lot faster than Spork ahead
of the race. Either way, the race lead at the moment being held by the number 23 Porsche Coanda car that Martin Kronke is behind the wheel. Nikodem Wisniewski just taken over second position of the AMG Team Williams Esports car ahead of the number 1 Team Redline. Floyd Van Mulburst took a big gamble over the wet weather conditions. They are running in 4th position with Jerne Simoncic behind the wheel. Rolling down the order, we can see a couple of...
you mean that was a bit too early?
We said before,
I'm not sure. Maybe it was a lap or two early, but instead of us, like, we came in again.
Up in 16th position. Sem9 Axel, of course. Then you look at RAG Esports, who have had issues from the very start of the day. In the GTE category, it's the number 77 Proton Coanda Esports car. They've just entered their final pit lane sequence. RAG Esports in that 888 currently
intervals now are looking
in
faster than
second
your
position
lap,
in class. Timothej Andonovski just finishing his final stint in this this race. And you can see some of the big drama later on down the order, because Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, our championship leaders, down in the penultimate position, just getting ahead of InSpeed as well. And whilst we were looking over the highlights, there's been a little bit extra drama behind the scenes as well. We'll take a look at a replay as to what's happened to the AMG Petronas Esports team. A big slide out of the Parabolica. James Baldwin behind the wheel into the barrier. Bit of damage on the left-hand side. Certainly not ideal. Chris McCarthy has run off to go and try and catch a train. We'll give him some good luck on that one, because Martin Haven joins us back in the commentary booth. Hello.
It hasn't calmed down any, has it?
No, and it won't. That's the thing. That's the joy of a race like this. We know it will not calm down. Not for another 52 minutes and 30 seconds.
Now, with 2 full course yellows, all of the changes in some teams having made a pit stop under the first full course yellow and some not, have they all sort of re-sorted themselves out? Is everybody now basically with the same amount of fuel and pretty much with the same tyres?
Kind of. That's the thing. They're all in the LMP category. They're all back onto the slick tyres, but there are some that are running longer, shorter than others. I mean, the AMG Petronas Esports team, they're the kind of ones that I'm kind of focused on, because they pitted earlier than everyone else. Of course, the Alpine Esports, we were saying that they were pitting much later than everyone else. Basically, as far as I'm aware, within the category, everyone should be good for one more stop
So guys,
in the LMP category until the end of the race.
about to get ready soon.
Everyone has made their final stop, if not they're in the process of making their final stops in the next sort of 3 or 4 minutes.
In fact, even as you say that, Proton Coanda come in from 2nd place. Still, it is, in fact, 95 Proton now, ProDrive rather, leading.
How long to go?
R8G, Risto Capet takes over 888. And he has taken over that car that was in the lead when it came into the pit lane. Little drama for the number 2. That is
Josh Thompson.
Josh Thompson down in 7th place. So that car was very strong earlier on. Anshan Juven now in 5th place on in the number 20 Porsche that led the first stint, and that car, once it lost the lead in the pit stops, has actually never been able to regain it. So number 20 car talks about this when they were held up by their teammates in the pits early on, how that might end up costing them quite a lot long term, and it has through various other incidents. But again, battle for the lead. AMG Williams ahead of Team Redline by just a fraction.
Yeah, it's
a second rather.
Yeah, I didn't want to correct it straight away. Wisniewski, of course, got through. We know the number 1 car's come out of the pit lane the last 2 or 3 laps. It's got slightly fresher medium tyre. They'll be double stinting to the end. Wisniewski got straight back through, and this is really a battle between the heavy hitters. Remember, when it came to the championship last year, these 2 teams were separated by half a point. Absolutely incredible between the 2 of them.
There's an equally tight battle right behind, actually, for 4th place. Yeni Simoncic, the number 4 Floyd Van Walbur's car, was half a second ahead of Anshan Juven in the number 20 Porsche. That has grown enormously. He's grown it by 100%. He's now out to a full second ahead of Anshan Juven, so that might possibly have been in traffic.
P2.
So 2 very tight battles. This is the battle for 2nd. Got an equally tight battle for 4th position. A couple of other interesting battles shaping up. James Baldwin, who we just saw going off into the gravel, he's now down to 10th in the AMG Team Petronas car, but only 5 seconds
46,
behind Jack Keithley in the number 5 Williams Esports car in 9th, and only 3 seconds, and the gap is diminishing as Team Fordzilla catches him from behind. It's Alessandro Ottaviani in that car, car number 966. But again, this battle for 2nd spot. Team Redline looked as that at one stage, actually about halfway through qualifying, 10 or 12 minutes in, they were 1-2, and it didn't look like anybody was going to challenge them. Then both Porsches came up and actually managed to not quite look out the front row, but go 1st and 3rd, with Redline 2nd and 4th. Redline then started very slowly indeed. I have no idea still what was wrong with the number 1 car at the start, but came across the start-finish line in 4th place.
I think I've watched it a few times. I think Max Benecke double shifted. I think he pulled the gear pedal twice, and then, rather than starting in 1st, he was actually starting in 3rd. Obviously, the car bogged down slightly. It's the only thing that can make sense in that kind of scenario. It's very bizarre. I've never seen that. on a rolling start in rFactor 2. Very old one, as we see Jeffrey Rietveld getting back through, or getting past, and Nikodem Wisniewski coming down at the Parabolica.
Well, the 23 Porsche was one of the cars that passed that number 1 car before the start line, and in the real world that would have had them instantly penalised with a drive-through penalty. The other car was number 4 Van Wilburst car, so both of them in a real-world situation would not be where they are now.
Yeah.
So they actually got away with that quite lightly. Van Wilburst and Porsche are now, still within a second. So that's that battle for 4th place. Jenny Simoncic and Anchan Juven.
Was that? Oh, it was Mexico racing team. So we're off.
Of course.
I didn't mean to say it like that. I was just like, oh, who was it? Oh, no, oh, it's just them again. No, it's they're obviously not having a great day. And I will say the conditions are very tricky out there, so they've got a lot on their plate right now.
What you were saying earlier when we were talking about whether or not it might rain and what it means compared
Porsche
to the
is
real
ahead
world,
of them.
compared to the real world, actually some things are quite similar. So there's very much a drying line. That's slick territory. If you venture off it, it's dramatically not dry and very not slick territory as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but with how I will say with how the slick tyres have taken to the way, obviously I'm pretty sure, despite how heavy that rain was,
yeah, you should let me go.
The Van Wilburst cars, neither of them have touched wet tyres today.
Yeah.
There is enough grip on the six. The thing is it's a very noticeable drop-off in grip when you go offline, as you would expect. You know, even now, yes, sure, it's only slightly damp offline, but if you go down to the first corner, you have to account for that. In the
I'm actually a bit scared to get back into the car, to be honest.
You know, 10, 15,
like,
20, 30, 40 metres, whatever it is, early. Otherwise, you are going to go straight on. You are going to lock up. You are going to get involved.
Dry
in
line
the
and
crash.
stuff.
Meanwhile, we see InSpeed dropping back, of course, allowing the Project 1 car to come through. It's not been a good day for the Porsches generally, but you can't really say it's too much of a BOP thing, because there is one leading right now in the number 77 Proton Commander car.
Yeah. And again, that might just be slightly out of sequence on pit stops. Here is that 4 or 444? That's 444. So that is that a pass for position?
Yes, it was.
David Marocek going past, So past the number 2 red line car.
Very good indeed. David Marocek looking pretty strong. Josh Thompson, this is certainly not his favoured sim, having jumped onto the platform fairly recently and jumped into the Team Redline squad fairly recently. I think it was earlier on this year. Meanwhile, they've got a bit of R8G directly ahead, causing a couple of problems. It's the number 18 at the moment that's just in the way. That's Ozan Dirham, who is a lap down on that battle, just getting a little bit sideways.
Like shoot, and I can try.
That car has had more trouble than it's worth, hasn't it? The number 18 car, they've been knocked off a couple of times. That was one of the cars that lost a wing early on as well. Interestingly, 444 is on a medium tyre, but the number 4 Van Wilburst car is on a soft tyre and is actually pulling away now from Anchan Juven in the Porsche in 5th, who is on a medium. So that soft tyre at the moment is working well in the mixed conditions, as long as you keep it on the grey stuff, sun. That's what it's there for. So Jenny Simoncic was half a second, was 9/10, is now 2.5 seconds ahead of Anchan Juven. So the 4th place car. It's a big mountain to climb up to Nikodem Wisniewski in 3rd, who is 27 seconds ahead, but the gap is coming down and there are 45 minutes to go. And there will be at least another stop. And, you know, as soon as we had that first full course yellow, then suddenly you're in a fuel race, because not everybody is on the same fuel allocation. And I don't suppose that second full course yellow didn't look like it was long enough for the entire field to make a stop at the same time.
No, but I think the second one being longer than the first, I think
most of the front runners did.
I think enough people did that kind of brought them back into it a touch. All I will say is that when full course yellows come out, essentially there is this thing in endurance racing generally, this is whether it's both real or virtual, is that you'll hear race engineers talk about running the strategy backwards. You don't run the strategy of when you're making the next stop, essentially. You're running the strategy as to when you want to make your last stop, and then you're going backwards from there, and to be like, oh, so we actually need to be in this time, and you work it backwards like that. And every time a full course yellow comes out, you have to like take all of that paper, or throw it straight in the bin, and then go, right, time to start again.
Exactly. Floyd Bicoles and Van Wilburst have both used wets.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Were they on wets when it was...
Wet? Yes.
But our graphic,
I don't know.
our graphic was telling us that it was. I know that was the stupidest question I think I might have ever asked. Actually, no, I did once say on a broadcast. I was like, one of three things might happen in this battle. It might get tighter, might grow, or it might stay the same.
Yeah.
And my commentator looked at me and was like, "What are you talking about?" Like, you're not wrong, but still.
No, exactly right. The Mahler and D station battle. The 888 Ferrari has just gone through there, RAG. That's Risto Capet. Risto now down to 2 seconds from Proton Coander's Dane Warren in the lead of GTE. D-Station and Mahler 9th and 10th place, and that gap is also coming down, I think. Yeah, Michele D'Alessandro in the Mahler racing car now just 1.5 seconds behind the D-Station Aston. But at the moment it is Porsche leading Ferrari, and Ferrari ProDrive Aston in 4th. And Risto Capet, well, the gap had come down, it's now back out again to 3.1 seconds. So yo-yoing up and down in traffic. But Risto Capet in that R8G Ferrari, that's the car that started on the front row of the grid. 51 hasn't really been their race, has it? Christian Michel is back at the wheel of the FS Velas car, but that's down in 8th place.
It was their race until about halfway through, and then it was very much not their race. Yeah.
Okay, so now that was sort of in the transition with me going out and Chris coming in. Where did they lose touch with the lead trio?
I think they just got the timing wrong on the strategy. I think they had to pit once more. I think they came in and then had to like come back in again to then go, you know, they just got the timing wrong. And that comes, this goes back to our discussion earlier, but yeah, we were having a little chat this morning about whether you go aggressive or whether you go a little bit conservative, and they went aggressive on the strategy. They pitted earlier than everyone else on the first stint, earlier than everyone else on the second stint. And so when it then rained, they were like, well, we've pitted too early to come in and take on the wets. And this is why you sometimes want to run a slightly conservative strategy if you can get away with it, and so that when you pit for the wets, you're only coming into the pit lane once rather than twice, and they had to pit twice, and that's just thrown them down the order. It's bad luck, it's bad timing. That's how it goes, though. That's racing, that's motorsport. Except
they've only made 5 stops. Simsa ahead of them have made 6. The leader, Dane Warren, Proton Coander, has made 6.
They've made 6
has made 5, rather. Risto Capet, R8G Ferrari,
4.
They've only made 4 stops.
Which 4 was how I would expect them.
Yeah.
5 and 6 sound...
Well, 6...
It's only a 4-hour race.
6... Simsa have made 6 stops.
That's maddening to me.
So did they... Well, maybe they came in on both full course yellows. Now, sometimes that's how it falls. The first one was short if it's a full course yellow fuel.
I think the 51 got caught out with, I think, the first full course yellow by, like, they'd already pitted when the full course yellow would come out, and so they kind of got caught out of that. Something in that vein. Either way, 51, I mean, sometimes you just got to take those. You know, sure, they've got the pace to battle. It is frustrating, it's annoying, especially, you know, here of all places, but you got to take them. You got to grab the points for 8th place. You've had a 2nd place in the first round. Focus on the points game. Focus on the championship. Don't try and get like rolled too much up about how, oh, this is terrible, and then take it into the next round.
Yep.
Leave it at the door.
Yep.
Carry on.
And you know, there's still 40 minutes to go, so any number of different things can happen. There's traffic. Everybody is moving quickly. Track is drying, but it's not bone dry. Cars will go offline and cause incidents. So yeah, just keep your head down, keep charging. And again, you know, there's a classic example. You've got the Panis racing car, Thibaut Casabon, just being dived bombed by Isaac Gillison for Yasheet, and Yasheet back up to 14th. They were one of the cars that was in that multiple collision. They were tagged into a spin by Fordzilla, lost a rear wing. They've had an unforced pit stop, and yet they have fought their way back up now into almost the top 10. So there is a car that should easily have had a top 10 finish, and they're fighting damn hard to try and make sure they get one. And actually, Fordzilla, even after the penalty, had less of a, quote, penalty, if you like, than having to have damage replaced, and so they are a couple of spots ahead. So battle Yeni Simoncic ahead of Anchan Juven, and the gap is now, it's Graf gone down to GTs. That gap is now right back down to only 0.7 of a second. Remember, I was saying that Yeni was about 3.9 seconds ahead the last time I looked a couple of laps ago. Well, he has got Anchan Juven right behind him.
Yeah, and Juven is obviously, when it comes to race wins and whatnot in this championship, he did win the first ever Le Mans Virtual in the GTE category, of course, alongside Nick Tandy, as well as I think it was Tommy Osgaard and Josh Rogers, the four of those bringing the trophy home for the team. So he's well experienced in this sim, the world of sim racing. Again, less so with rFactor 2, but still, they're learning the LMP. They're learning it very well because they are leading with one of their cars. So fair enough to them.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and you know, that's really, again, you take your hats off to the Porsche Commander guys, because all of their experience is in the GT Porsche, both in the real world and also in the virtual. So to take on a whole different program, it just shows that when you've got good drivers and good engineering, you can actually get on top of a very different beast indeed. So 23 leads, 20 you can see there, that is the chasing car of Anchan Juven, and Jenny Simoncic, number 4 Floyd Van der Waal car, is just out of shot ahead of him. So that's his target, and you know, he will be measuring it on getting measurably closer and closer. The car behind is the As Heat car, and that is not on the same lap. That's Isaac Gillison, who is down in 13th place. So he needs to just be aware not to watch his mirrors, but just to keep his eyes on the prize in front.
We'll say, if there is one battle that we'll have to keep our eye on, it's the battle for the race lead in LMP, because Jeffrey Rietveld, after getting past Nikodem Wisniewski, has been closing 1.5 seconds over the previous lap of that number 1 Team Redline car on Martin Kronke.
Wisniewski also getting closer to the leader, because he has closed the gap down a fraction as well. Leader doing 1:36.2, behind him Jeffrey Rietveld last lap 1:34.8 and 1:35.0 for Nikodem Wisniewski. So Kronke, the leader, is the slowest of the three. Now, with half an hour to go, you might not worry over much, but you aren't necessarily overjoyed to see the leader being caught if you are the lead team. And it is among those three, unless somebody needs 2 stops. And the longer we get into the final 30 minutes, then the less likely there is that they're going to need. I mean, 35 minutes should be eminently doable. Of course, that sort of depends where the checkered flag comes out. There might be another lap to do after you've run out of fuel or are running out of fuel, so it could still be squeaky bum time.
If you could do 35 minutes on a tank, pit with 33 minutes left to go. That was always like the pit with a couple of minutes past.
Actually not, because you pit when you run out of fuel this time, and the deeper you go
so
into
guys,
that
I need to get back into the
less
car.
time
You're looking.
You're on the same tyres. Either way, 23 is coming into the pit lane. Martin Kronke relinquishes the race lead back over to Jeffrey Rietveld. Nikodem Wisniewski can also into the pit lane. And this is the thing, exactly what we're talking about. For me, this is a touch too early to see these two in.
This is going to be touch and go. This might be, we need a yellow. This could end up being a real furor. So Martin Kronke and Nikodem Wisniewski, no wonder they were closing. They were actually on their in laps. And Jeffrey Rietveld, any lap he does now after this, puts them closer to the safety
tight for
zone.
them.
Now, it will still be a full stop, but... and it will, and the cars that have stopped will have a full stop, but it might not be quite enough to get them there. Right, out comes Martin Kronke, and Nikodem Wisniewski will follow him out as well. So Jeffrey Rietveld leads now from Jenny Simoncic and Anchan Juven. Okay, interesting. This could be a proper scrap. But okay, could everybody in GTE please, when we get down to the final 10 minutes, stop racing and not crash, just so we can try and keep up with what's happening in LMP?
Yeah, that would be ideal. Thank you very much.
Ain't going to happen, obviously, because I mean, not least because we've got that Porsche versus BMW battle, which has been going on since 3 weeks ago last Wednesday and doesn't show any sign of diminishing at all. So there's that.
I do really like the Le Mans Virtual Series. I know. It's I will say that the races that we've had, this level, there's always a risk at this level of one team just clicking and just being like, right, bye. Even at this level, just being and just running away. We had it with the first season of the rFactor 2 Formula Pro Series, where Bonner House just clicked with the car and won all 6 of the races. And it was kind of like, right, whilst it's interesting, it's kind of boring. I don't think any race that we've had in the Le Mans Virtual Series, and bearing in mind this is our 8th race,
Yeah.
none of them have been boring. Absolutely none.
We would have lost our shirt on both categories predicting a podium. Every single time out. We would not have got, we might have got one, we certainly wouldn't have got all 3 podium finishers in any race that we've done.
I don't feel like, no, I'd never get all 3 podium. I think I might be quite close to the race victors in this race, the prediction. I'll let you know afterwards. We'll talk about predictions and whatnot.
You got 2 answers out of 5 in Ask the Commentator 1. And
what one was it?
I scraped.
It was, of course, it's WEC race.
No, it wasn't.
Oh no!
No, it wasn't. I scraped a 1.
What did you get?
I can't remember. What was the last one? I can't remember.
It was who has the fastest lap record around here?
Yes.
With the oval as well.
It wasn't that.
Yeah, because for some reason I said Mercedes.
Well, I guess it was Mercedes as well.
When John Ratcliffe looked.
Wait, I'm checking. Guys. So track is completely dry, yes. Yep. Understood. Yeah. Goldwinger, thank you. Rapid fin, I don't know. Could be a lot of people. I think the longer Rietveld goes, the more in net P1 he is. Other than that, to the moment it's still 23, yes, but he's very slow compared to the others. And I think by the time being, right by now already, net P1 is at Rietveld because of less refuel time for him. No, it's perfect, it's perfect. Understood. Oh shit. Can Thomas check if the car behind is a threat? Yes. Like if he needs the box again for a splash, I mean. Understood. Shit, A. No, I don't need to. Does Baldwin need to box again? Can't remember, were we 7th? Okay. I got 45, I think, or 60. I can't remember, need to look it up. But it's default, so whatever was default when I got them. You're welcome, Hachimito. Yeah, Baldwin is in. But I guess that's maximum position now, right? That's alright considering the starting point in the race. Fuck. Damn it, left a bit too much time on the door. It's actually a bit tight, I guess. Like, not tight in general, but tight for the plan. Holy shit. Yeah. But I nearly shut my pants. $38.2. Fuck. Again, the nice luck with the stupid traffic. I can't have this GTEs everywhere in the same spot. That way Smeedle is soon gonna be there. 31.6. I assume double check with Thomas, please. But yes, fuel is for 9 laps. We are checking. Speaking of traffic though, I'm about to throw a bomb. Okay. Ah. Ich rascht aus, wirklich, ich rasch komplett aus. Okay. Smeedle is in. No idea. Maybe they fucked up. Thank you, John. We're not home yet, though, but it's looking good. Well, rip the 34. Copy, we're good. Hope Yana is holding on there. Well, P7. Nice job, everyone. Thank you for the work as well, Esteban. Good job there. Was tricky with the wet, but well prepared. Yeah, you did pretty well there, to be honest. Stayed safe. Quite good pace. Everything we could ask for. We would have been third, yeah. So guys, P7 it is. What a race. I am pretty happy with P7, to be honest. Not really the result overall that we're wanting, but I think the car was a bit down on performance, so we need to get our work and our stuff together for Spa again. But yeah, overall, I think P7 is enough to ask for. Is like anything I could ask for that morning. I think I would have taken it. Again, we obviously want to be higher up, but all circumstances, you know, having a bit of a rough start and yeah, difficult finding pace and having to avoid incidents, being down in 12 and losing 2 or 3 spots wasn't easy overall, but it was successful overall in that regard as we had no bigger shunt. Anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for this one. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it big time, and please guys, if you appreciate the channel, if you appreciate what we're doing here, then please leave us a like on the video, subscribe on the YouTube channel, follow up on Twitch, and make this community grow. Also, if you feel like we deserve a donation or a Prime sub or a membership on the YouTube channel, then I'm looking forward to see your name popping up, guys. Beyond that, we are looking for some raid. And I think Matt Malone is live with some iRacing. That is always good fun. So guys, enjoy Matt Malone on iRacing. Enjoy your Saturday all around. There might be a potential stream tomorrow. Perhaps. We're surely going to have some shorts. And we're coming up with some rFactor 2 tutorial videos in the upcoming week. So you guys enjoy that. Thank you for your time, everyone. See you and goodbye.